Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Global Evolution. My explosion rate is 100 million points high. Chapter 1. A student who had been nearsighted for 10 years had lasers emitting from his eyes because he saw colorful meteors falling. A 60-year-old man's ears have mutated and he is said to be able to hear voices 10 kilometers away. He broke up with his square dancing partner and found a new love. Recently, a teacher in Yangcheng gained the ability to fly and signed a contract with Hungry Mama with an annual salary of tens of millions. Some analysts said that this will help Hungry Mama defeat the sister group Takeaway. Some tourists said they encountered a talking ape while traveling in Mount Amei, and there is video to prove it. A fisherman from the East China Sea went out to sea and discovered a mermaid. Her tail was hitting the waves and her face looked like a peach blossom. She was so beautiful. Since the past few days, it has been said that many colorful meteors have been seen falling from the sky in various places. Then the entire internet began to be filled with all kinds of mysterious and strange news. The world has changed greatly, and people's hearts are floating. Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a little sad when he saw the news. He was originally a fresh graduate. I searched for a job for more than a month after graduation, but still couldn't find a suitable company. It's okay now. The world has changed drastically, and he feels that there will be chaos for a long time. There is no need to look for a job yourself, why not see if you have any talents like those in the news? Unfortunately, he experimented for a long time. He didn't seem to feel any changes in his body, his strength didn't get stronger, his speed didn't get faster, and his eyesight and hearing didn't even improve at all. Not to mention it can fly. He also chatted with the wild cats outside for a long time, but he didn't get a response. Well, it can't be said that there was no response at all. It seemed that this cat still gave him a pair of white eyes. The world has changed a lot, but it seems that the basic point that I am a waste has not changed. Yi Bai put down the phone, shook his head helplessly, and sighed softly. He would not dare to mention that talents are not appreciated and that God is unfair. That's all useless self-comfort. After a while, he picked up his phone again and opened the classmate group. I want to see if the people around me have awakened talents. It's not that I want to hug my thighs, but it will make me feel better if I see that everyone is trash. Dear students, what do you think of these recent news? How else can I look at it? The world has changed so much recently that my worldview has collapsed. Has any of the big guys in our class awakened their talents? Please help me. I haven't found a job since graduation. I can sleep more than 10 hours a day. Am I particularly talented? Yes, you are particularly talented at being a pig. Don't we all propose a gathering this time because we want to see which of our classmates has awakened their talents so that we can take care of each other? The group of college classmates is also very lively, but it seems that no classmates have revealed anything yet. I feel relieved when I see that everyone is still useless. At this time, a classmate suddenly expressed Yi Bai's innermost feelings. Yi Bai took a look and found that the person speaking was Mo Yuan from the class. Mo Yuan usually had a good relationship with him. Well, neither of them had found a suitable job after graduation. They often complained to each other, and their relationship was closer than when they were in school. This guy is usually very open-minded and dares to say anything, but what he says is true. I have received news that this colorful meteor shower is very mysterious and will affect the whole world. Even if they have not awakened their talents now, most of them will have the opportunity to awaken their talents in the future. Of course, even if everyone awakens their talents, the level of their talents will not be the same. Yes, there are high and low levels. Those who were originally useless will only appear to be even more useless when the time comes. Immediately afterwards, another person came out and said something rather harsh. The speaker this time was Lu Jinghui, the rich second generation in the class. It was said that his family had some background in Yuncheng and he usually looked like a stinker in the class. Therefore, Yi Bai felt that although what this person said did not sound good, it should have a certain degree of credibility. Does this mean that I will also awaken my talent in the future? As soon as these words came out, Mo Yuan became excited. Mr. Lu said, he turned out to be a waste, and there is a high probability that he will become a waste after awakening his talent. Mo Yuan, don't be too happy too early. A classmate laughed. Hey, what if I win the lottery? Mo Yuan was optimistic and felt that he would not be worse than now. Yi Bai was thoughtful. If everyone awakened their talents, the entire world order would probably be broken. Although the chance of awakening advanced talents was low, many people would not be reconciled to the status quo once they had abilities. This world will be in chaos. Sir, school beauty, do you have any news? At this moment, a classmate suddenly liked the school beauty Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan is a white and rich girl who is famous in the whole school. She usually doesn't smile and is a perfect iceberg beauty. But his identity is mysterious, and there are rumors that his family's background is much bigger than Lu Jinghui's. This can be seen from the fact that Lu Jinghui has always wanted to pursue Lin Qingwan, but Lin Qingwan didn't even look at him. At this moment, the whole group suddenly became quiet. Everyone seems to be waiting to see if this Bingshan school beauty will show up. After a while, Lin Qingwan appeared and brought more explosive news than Lu Jinghui. The Wushu Association will promulgate talent classifications, which are roughly divided into 4 levels, A, B, C and D, with D being the lowest and Class A being the highest. In addition to us humans awakening talents, other creatures will also mutate and become more aggressive. Reinforcement, everyone please stay safe. Wouldn't that mean that we would all become very dangerous? As soon as Lin Qingyuan finished speaking, everyone in front of the screen couldn't help but panic. Although Lin Qingyuan did not explain it clearly, everyone can also imagine what human beings will face once other creatures mutate. The doomsday scenes in those film and television works are likely to become reality. Even Yi Bai couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Once his awakened talent level was not high, he would probably become food for other mutated creatures. I have a question, why aren't the levels divided into Seabass? I think SSS level sounds more powerful. Seeing the serious atmosphere, Mo Yuan asked jokingly. Because Walu is the most awesome. Yi Bai replied without thinking, and then dived at the speed of light, hiding his merit and fame. Then why not just call them level 1, 2, 3 or 4? Mo Yuan asked again. Mo Yuan, you have level 3 talent. Doesn't that sound weird? A classmate replied with a sinister smile. Mo Yuan. Yi Bai closed the group of classmates. After hearing the news from Lin Qingyuan, he felt that no matter what level of talent he would awaken, he had to make some preparations for the dangerous moments in the future. To put it bluntly, if the awakened talent is not high, that moment can be said to be equivalent to the end of the world. Buzz. At this moment, Yi Bai suddenly felt a tingling pain in his neck. So he instinctively patted it, took it off and saw that there was a bloody mosquito stuck on it, with its arms and legs spread out, teeth and claws showing, and it looked like a very ferocious death. There are really many mosquitoes in this place. Fortunately, they are not mutated mosquitoes. Yi Bai laughed at himself and shook his head. For a rental house worth several hundred yuan a month, he couldn't ask for too much. But, just in the next moment, ding, kill a mosquito, and the reward has been deposited into the reserve space. A voice suddenly sounded in Yi Bai's mind. This made his whole body tremble, and he stayed in place in astonishment, and he didn't even hear anything clearly. As the voice came, Yi Bai also felt that a special space emerged in his mind. And in this space, a cool red sports car is floating at this time. Faintly, you can see the golden symbol of a horse on it. I killed a mosquito and exploded a sports car. Yi Bai also had a feeling that whenever he needed it, this sports car would appear directly in front of him. I wonder if there are other things that can be exploded. Thinking of this, he quickly went out and came to a deserted open space. Because the place he rented was located in a remote suburb, and because people were panicking due to the recent changes in the world, basically everyone nearby had moved away, so it just happened to be unnoticed. Pong. Then with a thought, the sports car that originally existed in my mind appeared in front of me. The streamlined car body shines with metallic luster, the luxurious seats and interiors, the horse logo roaring upward on the steering wheel. All this clearly told Yi Bai that he who could barely afford a sports car model now actually owned a Ferrari sports car. Is this what came out of the mosquito I killed? Is this my talent? After a while, Yi Bai calmed down and thought about the recent changes in the entire world. Lu Jinghui and Lin Qingwan said that in the future, almost everyone will awaken their talents, but the strength of each person's talents will be different. My talent is similar to the equipment used to kill monsters in games. And it also comes with an automatic pickup function. I don't know what level it belongs to. Try again. Thinking of this, Yi Bai became more and more excited. He looked around. He discovered that not far from him, there was a nest of ants moving. If it were normal times, he would definitely not be so free as to deliberately step on the ants, but now he didn't care so much. He walked over, raised his big foot, and stepped on it hard. Squeak. It was as if I could hear the screams of ants under my shoes. Then, step on an ant and get 10,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the reserve space. Step on an ant and get a high-end mobile phone, which has been deposited into the reserve space. Step on an ant and get a pair of Crocs, which have been stored in the reserve space. Step on an ant and get a laptop, which has been stored in the reserve space. Step on an ant and get 30,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the reserve space. Soon, just like when he killed the mosquito, a series of sounds continuously sounded in Yi Bai's mind, followed by stacks of banknotes and mobile phones and computers that appeared in the storage space of his mind, and other electronic products. Sure enough, I have really awakened the talent of killing monsters and dropping equipment. And my explosion rate seems to be a bit higher than 100 million. Yi Bai was extremely excited at this time. Although he didn't explode a Ferrari sports car like killing a mosquito, he looked at the banknotes in the reserve space and saw that there were hundreds of thousands of them, as well as various other items. You know, he is just trampling to death an ant that has no fighting power. Such an explosion rate can be described as a true legend. If he really killed the mutated monster, what kind of incredible equipment would he use? Come again. Ants. I'm sorry. Thinking of Lin Qingwan's words that non-human creatures will mutate in the future, Yi Bai was no longer polite. He has to take advantage of the global change to reveal more things, preferably something that can give him the ability to protect himself. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yi Bai followed the route of these ants and stepped on them one by one. Step on an ant and get a box of 001 condoms, which has been stored in the reserve space. Step on an ant and get a pair of cowhide leather shoes, which have been stored in the reserve space. Step on an ant and get a high-end suit, which has been stored in the reserve space. Step on an ant and get 10,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the reserve space. A series of notification sounds kept ringing in his head, and Yi Bai's storage space began to be filled with more and more things. But for the time being, there is still nothing he wants most urgently. After all, the world will change dramatically in the near future. Everyone will have talents and other creatures will mutate. By then, these external objects such as cars and money will probably not be that useful. Right now, step on an ant to death and obtain the weapon Little Thunder Bow, which has been stored in the reserve space. Suddenly, a notification sound made him happy. And in the reserve space of his mind, an ancient purple long bow appeared. An ancient and mysterious pattern is carved all over the bow, and you can vaguely see tiny lightning flashes above the bow strings. This is a good thing. Yi Bai understood and intuitively felt that this bow was extraordinary. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, and took this small thunder bow into his hand. It felt a bit cold when I started to hold it, and at the same time there was a bit of numbness like an electric shock. He tried to pull the bowstring. The bowstring was only stretched 1/10, which made him feel very strenuous. When he had used all his strength to pull it to about 2/10, he felt that he could no longer pull it, so he let go. Boom! There was a thunderous thunder, and there was a faint flash of lightning, and then the surrounding trees were shaken, as if they had experienced a violent storm. Then Yi Bai's eyes widened and he found that not far away, in the direction where he drew the bow just now, a large stone about 1 meter high actually broke into pieces. Is this caused by me pulling the bow just now? Yi Bai stepped forward to check and found that there seemed to be scorch marks on the gravel that had been struck by lightning. He couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. He was really shocked. This little thunder bow, it's too awesome. It was possible to cause such damage without using arrows and even before the bow was fully drawn. If he was strong enough to fully draw the bow, the power would be unimaginable. He could only use 2 words to describe it: terrifying. You can do this even if you step on ants. It seems that my talent is ridiculously strong. According to the Martial Arts Association's classification, this is at least Class A. Maybe it's the highest class 3. Yi Bai pressed down. Excited in his heart, he put away the little thunder bow first. Looking at the ants around him, he had trampled them all, and the harvest was full. He then entered the Ferrari sports car again and found that all the keys and documents were inside, and even the gas was full. It was amazing. Liu Jinghui, the second-generation rich man in his class, once drove a sports car back to school to show off, and he also joined in the fun, so he knew a little about the sports car. After buckling his seat belt, he stepped on the accelerator with satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt a pleasant pushing sensation on his back, and the sports car sped off. With this surge, it seemed as if the whole person had soared to the level of a wealthy person. After driving around for several times, he drove the car back. Summary. Just one word, cool. It was getting late. Because he was worried about sudden changes outside, Yi Bai didn't stay outside for too long. He parked the car and returned to his residence. Back at his residence, Yi Bai turned on the light and was just about to find a few more mosquitoes to swat. Suddenly, he received a message on his phone. Don't go out of the city these 2 days, especially don't go near the western suburbs. He clicked it and saw that it was from the school beauty Lin Qingwan. Don't go out of the city, especially in the western suburbs. Could it be that there are dangerous creatures awakening over there? Seeing this text message, Yi Bai was thoughtful. Thinking of the past, he couldn't help but have a warm smile on his face. He even came to inform me specially. It seems he still cares about me. Originally, he was a loser, and there was a huge gap between him and the school beauty Lin Qingwan. But there happened to be some stories between them. Maybe just like the fairy sister said that no one followed her when she was in college. At the beginning, Lin Qingwan also kept away from strangers, and almost no one dared to come into contact with her. Yi Bai, on the other hand, was a bit thicker-skinned, and during the class trip, the two of them had been separated from the group, and a man and a woman spent the night outside. What happened that night cannot be described in detail. But it can be said that some friendship has been formed, which has brought the relationship between the two people thousands of miles closer. Even, there is something vaguely like the sour smell of love between each other. However, although Yi Bai is thick-skinned, he is very self-aware and does not belong to the right family. Therefore, even if Lin Qingwan gave him some hints, he would not dare to pierce that layer of paper. The relationship between the two really needs to be described as a tacit understanding, maybe more than friendship, not lovers. Thinking of that time alone, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a little ripple in his heart. In fact, he has been waiting for an opportunity. As the saying goes, one day the dragon will get the water and dare to reverse the flow of the Yangtze River. In the past, Lin Qingwan was a bit unattainable for him, but now, he may have awakened the third-level talent, but he may not be able to climb the mountains. Well, Qingwan, are you worried about me? After thinking about it, Yi Bai smiled and sent Lin Qingwan a message back. Qingwan was a nickname he gave Lin Qingwan specifically because of their relationship. Chatting can also be very casual. No, Lin Qingwan replied. Seeing the reply, Yi Bai couldn't help but smile again, and sent another probing message. To be honest, I just want to go for a stroll in the western suburbs tomorrow. Lin Qingwan. Be serious, I'm not kidding you. Yi Bai. I have always been serious. Lin Qingwan. As I said in the group, some non-human creatures have mutated, and the dangers there are beyond your imagination. Yi Bai. Looking at your tone, how do I feel that you are ready to go? Lin Qingwan. You don't have to worry about me. I have someone to protect me, and I have awakened my talent. I will be fine. Yi Bai. Huh, what kind of talent is it? What level? Lin Qingwan. I'm still figuring it out and haven't gone to the Wushu Association to rate it, but it should be considered a good talent. Yi Bai. Actually, I have also awakened my talent. Quote. Lin Qingwan seemed to be used to Yi Bai's irregularity and didn't quite believe it. Yi Bai. My talent is about tomorrow. I will know the day after tomorrow. Quote. Lin Qingwan didn't say much. Remember what I said, I turned off my phone. Don't leave. We haven't seen each other for so long. Let's talk about 50 cents. Yi Bai chased after him, but Lin Qingwan didn't reply for a long time. After a while, he sent another sentence jokingly. HMPH, you ignore me today, but you can't reach me tomorrow. Lin Qingwan, take good care of yourself, I don't want anything unexpected to happen to you. Unexpectedly, the school beauty pretended to turn off her phone and finally replied. I know, I cherish my life more than you. Seeing this, Yi Bai felt warm in his heart and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Now that he has the talent of killing monsters and exploding equipment, his future achievements are indeed limitless and worth looking forward to. Times have changed and anything is possible. Is there really a mutated creature in the western suburbs? If I can kill this mutated creature, what good things will emerge? After savoring it carefully, Yi Bai also had ambitions in his heart. Although mosquitoes and ants can also destroy equipment, in fact, only a small thunder bow out of a nest is suitable. Mutated creatures may be a new direction. It just so happened that he also wanted to see what mutant creatures looked like. Of course, he also knew very well that since Lin Qingwan specifically notified him, it meant that the level of danger must be really high. And what he has revealed now, except for the small thunder bow that he cannot yet exert its true power, seems to have no way to improve his strength. Those luxury cars and money, if it were in peaceful times, would really make him happy. But in this world that is about to become chaotic, it is not that useful. You still have to find a way to improve your strength before you can go to the western suburbs to gain more experience. Yi Bai thought thoughtfully. Soon, he also put down his phone. At this moment, he suddenly saw a big cockroach as big as 2 thumbs slipping through the crack of the door. This cockroach from the south was as fierce as a dog, and it could fly very fast. Well done. Fortunately, Yi Bai's eyes were quick and he picked up the slippers and swatted them away like a seal. Snapped. The big cockroach was flattened by the slap, and the dirt in its stomach burst out. It was still dead but not stiff. It struggled and moved for a while before it died. Shoot a cockroach to death and obtain the practice method, Shaolayan breathing technique, which has been stored in the reserve space. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Cultivation method. What a great Shaoqiang. It's true that I treat you as my own flesh and blood, share the joys and sorrows with you, teach you and raise you for so long, and today you finally repay me. Hearing this voice, Yi Bai was simply moved. He was just thinking about how to improve his strength, but he didn't expect that this baby cockroach would bring him warmth. Then he quickly extracted the Shaolayan breathing technique from the reserve space. It was something like a jade slip. When his spirit came into contact with it, the mysterious information inside was released, and it was gradually mastered by him. Breathing is a method of cultivation. By mastering a certain breathing rhythm, it can improve physical quality and strength. Little thunder sound breathing technique is a breathing method that uses a special breathing method to activate the hidden thunder and lightning meridians in the body. Thunder and lightning are cultivated in the body, and the thunder and lightning tempers the body, and even the hands and feet are like lightning and flint. Practice rhythm. Short, long, short, long, short, long, short, long. Things to note are as follows. Yi Bai realized it carefully and closed his eyes naturally. Following the introduction of the thunder breathing method, he tried it, and his breathing rhythm gradually began to become different. It's not complicated to say it's complicated, nor simple to say it's simple. Short, long, short, long, short, long, short, long. Abandon the original natural breathing method, just like playing the piano, forcibly controlling the rhythm of breathing. Yi Bai was uncomfortable with it at first, but gradually became fascinated later on. Time passed slowly. Boom. I don't know how much time passed, but Yi Bai suddenly heard a thunder sound in his body. Then there was a buzzing in his ears, as if he had kidney deficiency. Crackling. The next moment, all the muscles and bones in the whole body roared together, and then there was a sense of numbness in the muscles all over the body, exploding like fireworks. There seemed to be thunder and lightning flowing in every cell. The hairs all over the body stand on end. Huo Ran opened his eyes, and there was a flash of lightning in his eyes. Yi Bai felt that his vision in the dark night had suddenly improved several times, and he looked outside along the window. I could see a cicada on a big tree outside that had just raised its legs to urinate. Not only that, he also felt that his whole body was full of power. I can't wait to find a place to show off my skills. Try it. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he took out the small thunder bow again, walked out of the door, and pulled hard. Walking to the door, Yi Bai pulled the small thunder bow. This time he pulled it straight to half full. That is a half-full bow. You know, before he practiced the little thunder sound breathing method, he could only pull 2/10 of this little thunder sound bow. Now 1/2, 5/10 is more than doubled. In other words, his strength has more than doubled compared to before. No wonder he feels that his whole body is full of strength. Buzz. Then Yi Bai tried to let go, and the string of the small thunder bow in his hand trembled violently, and a purple arrow of light shot out of the string in an instant and shot through the air towards the big tree in front of him. Boom! As the light arrow hit, the big tree the size of a child's arms was shot directly through the waist, and the whole tree fell down. Moreover, the purple light arrow actually continued to fly unabated. As far as he could see, it continued to fly for hundreds of meters before gradually disappearing. And wherever this arrow of light passed, whether it was trees or rocks, it was penetrated one by one like tofu. It left a burnt blackness on it like lightning struck. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yi Bai couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This kind of power has obviously surpassed ordinary firearms. This is only the power of half a bow. In other words, the stronger he is, the more powerful the Shaolayan bow can be. Once this bow is fully drawn, its power is even more difficult to estimate. In addition, Yi Bai could also clearly feel that his vision and hearing had improved a lot because he had learned the breathing method. At this night, he could actually see hundreds of meters away. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as clairvoyance. Just this ability is probably comparable to a talent. What's more, this is an overall improvement in his physical fitness. He estimated that his speed and reflexes should have improved as a result. Thinking of this, he started running directly from the spot. Bang! Really, just as he imagined, as he stepped hard, his whole body flew out like an arrow in an instant. In the next second, a large distance had been passed. Incredibly fast. He was so fast that he almost lost control of his body and hit a wall. Fortunately, his reaction speed also improved and he stopped in time. Thank you, Xiaoqiang cockroach. Although I, the white-headed man, sent the black-headed man away today, you really deserved your death and revealed such an awesome practice method to me. After stopping, Yi Bai was extremely excited. I almost want to look up to the sky and scream. He estimated that it would only take him 5 or 6 seconds to run 100 meters. Even Bolt, the king of sprints, has to call him brother when he comes. Vision, hearing, strength, speed, reaction speed. This little thunder breathing technique allowed him to be comprehensively improved. It can be said that with this cultivation method, he has the foundation to stand up in this world of great changes. You know, he just practiced for about an hour at most, and he actually made such a big improvement. This is simply terrifying. If he continues to practice for a while, even if he has a great talent, he will treat him like his younger brother. Of course, because of the great changes in the world, he could not guarantee that others would not also have the method of cultivation. After all, before the great changes, many people were obsessed with ancient martial arts and other national arts. As the aura of the world changes, it is not impossible for these people to tinker with some cultivation techniques. But it's not a big problem. For Yi Bai, this little thunder sound breathing technique is just a result of killing a cockroach. In the future, he may even reveal a stronger cultivation method. He can kill monsters and explode equipment using explosive techniques. This is an advantage that no one can match. The night passed. In his sleep, Yi Bai was excited. He dreamed that he had killed mutated creatures all night, and then exploded treasures all over the place. In the end, he hugged the beauty, stood at the top of the world, and lived with a smile. When I woke up the next day, I didn't know why there were a lot of dairy products around me. What's going on? Yi Bai was confused. After being stunned for a while, he vaguely understood. Does this count as killing monsters? The things that explode are still the same. Yi Bai was a bit dumbfounded and felt that it was ridiculous. Although the value of the items exploded was not very high, the quantity was indeed terrifying, and for some reason, he extracted it from the reserve space in a daze. It seems that I was too excited for the moment when I awakened my talent. Young people are so angry. After breakfast, Yi Bai originally thought about whether to go to RT Mart to kill fish, but it seemed that it was difficult for small creatures to use their skills, and money was an external possession after all. In addition, considering that mutated creatures have appeared in the western suburbs outside the city, instead of trying your luck to kill fish, it is better to be more practical and improve your own physical strength first. After all, this little thunder-breathing technique has already improved him enough at this stage. So, he stayed in the rented house all day, ignoring what was going on outside the window and concentrating on practicing. Until late afternoon, he ended his practice when he was hungry. Yi Bai realized it carefully and felt that he had improved a lot and was very satisfied. So, he happily cooked instant noodles and ate them while picking up his phone to read the latest news. After browsing for a while, a piece of latest news appeared in front of Yi Bai's eyes. Martial Arts Association releases Awakening Talent Grading. Closed double angle bracket. As Lin Qingwan revealed yesterday, the Wushu Association has indeed classified the awakening talents. From high to low, talents are divided into Level A, Level B, Level C, and Level D, a total of 4 levels. Each large section is divided into 1, 2, and 3 sections. In other words, after everyone awakens their talents, the lowest level will be Yiding, and the highest level will be AAA. In addition, the Martial Arts Association also revealed that in the future there may be divisions about the strength of awakened people, and it will encourage all people to conduct talent tests, and will also promote basic martial arts. As soon as this news was released, it immediately caused an uproar on the entire internet. Originally, it was just a rumor that was confirmed on a small scale, but now the Wushu Association has confirmed it. This world is indeed about to change. For a moment, some people were excited, some were worried, some were reveling, and some were making preparations. All platforms were immediately flooded with this piece of news. Yi Bai clicked on the comment sections and found that many people said that they had indeed awakened their talent, but they didn't know what level it was. It was estimated that the testing points of major martial arts associations would be overcrowded tomorrow morning. One of the comments caught his attention. Brother Meng, I am a male, 16 years old. I recently found that my body is a little different. Is this a talent? If so, what level will it be? Detailed introduction attached. There is a certain part of the body that can emit sounds, a bit like Spider-Man. Why does this talent seem a bit strange? Seeing this comment, Yi Bai's face twitched slightly. Naturally, he continued to click on the comments and found that the comments inside were also very interesting. Quote ? Are you abnormal, or am I thinking wrong? Good guy, I seem to have this talent too. PFF. If this is considered a talent, then don't we men all have this talent? Indeed, men will awaken this talent when they reach age. Please leave the age at which you awakened your talent. Probably, I feel similar to Spider-Man. Haha, the world has changed so much. I was quite scared at first, but you made me laugh out loud. Most people were laughing at this person, but one of them seemed to be serious and replied, of course this is talent. In my opinion, this should be considered AD level. This answer has more than 100,000 likes and seems to be very popular. Seeing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but be stunned, and it took him a while to understand. What a god, they are all talents. Yi Bai was unable to complain and turned off the comments. Then he opened the classmate group. The group of classmates was still very lively at this time. Sure enough, our school beauty Lin is well informed and can even know the news about the Wushu Association in advance. Seeing that many people have awakened their talents, there is still no movement, which makes me anxious. The Wushu Association also said that it will release basic martial arts for all people, which can improve physical fitness. I announce that I am about to awaken my talent, a great talent. Is it hyperthyroidism? Then I'll keep a low profile and be in grade B. Is it hepatitis B? Mo Yuan, shut your crow mouth. The first thing is to see that Mo Yuan, a living treasure, is still active. Yi Bai was also curious about what kind of talent this guy would awaken with such a bad mouth. And everyone was chatting animatedly. Suddenly, Lu Jinghui, a second-generation rich man in the group, posted a video. Yi Bai clicked it and took a look. The background that came into view was a large mansion, and then the camera focused on a man with a middle-parted hair, who was none other than Lu Jinghui himself. The Lu family is considered a well-known family in Yuncheng. Although it is not as nationally famous as Lin Qingwan's Lin family, it can already be said to have some foundation. Therefore, Lu Jinghui has always been aloof in the class. Except for Lin Qingwan, no one else looks down on him. Although he is not overbearing, his sense of superiority is very obvious. I never know how to write the word, low-key. Yi Bai continued to watch and saw that Lu Jinghui first put on a kung fu posture, then slowly started to swing his hands in front of the high-definition sports camera. Just when he was a little confused, Lu Jinghui's hand speed suddenly increased. From the original Tai Chi-like slow speed, it became dizzying, and even the afterimages of his hands could only be seen in the back. This is obviously beyond the speed of ordinary people. Has Lu Jinghui awakened his talent? Yi Bai understood. It turned out that this guy posted this video to show off. This talent seems to be a speed talent. After showing off his hand speed for a while, Lu Jinghui turned his hand into a fist, turned around, and punched a wooden stake not far behind him. This punch didn't seem to cause much damage. But then, Lu Jinghui continued to hit with punches. The speed of the punches was just like his hand speed just now, getting faster and faster. At the back, only the sound of bang 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 was heard, and he could not see his punches at all, traces of. Boom. Just a few seconds later, the wooden pile was blasted to pieces by Lu Jinghui, and you could see that the wooden pile was scorched black and smoke was coming out. Finally, he raised his hand and said to the camera, "In 3 seconds, I can punch 100 punches. 3 seconds, 100 punches. This speed is still amazing." Yi Bai had to admit that even now, he should still be inferior to Lu Jinghui in terms of punching speed. After all, ordinary people are probably trying their best to punch 3 or 4 times per second. There was once a Guinness record for a boxer who could punch 13 times per second. That was already very terrifying and was considered subhuman. Now Lu Jinghui can easily punch 100 punches in 3 seconds, which means he can throw more than 30 punches in 1 second, which makes him even more monster. He estimates that this talent level is at least B level, which is still very powerful. Of course, in terms of overall strength, Yi Bai felt that he would not lose to Lu Jinghui. After all, his strength, speed, and reaction speed are all extremely powerful when combined. There is also the Shaolayan bow. As long as he pulls the bow lightly, Lu Jinghui can't stop him. If he is allowed to practice for a few more days, it goes without saying. And among classmates, Lu Jinghui's move clearly calmed the students. 666, Mr. Lu is awesome. Mr. Lu is too strong. With this punching speed, an elephant can be killed. Have you taken the test, Mr. Lu? What level of talent do you have? I think Mr. Lu's skills must be great talents. Mr. Lu is so outstanding. No matter how the world changes, he is still the best among men. You are lying if you say you are not envious. Mr. Lu, the world is in danger from now on, remember to cover your little brother. All of a sudden, there was a lot of praise and flattery. This made Lu Jinghui in front of the screen feel a little elated. Indeed, he is quite satisfied with the talent he has awakened. Although he has not tested it yet, he estimates that it must be at least a second-level talent. As far as he knew, the chance of awakening a great talent was extremely low, even only 1 in 100,000, and being able to awaken a grade B talent was already rare. In fact, most people can only awaken a D-level talent for comfort, and a C-level talent can be called an elite. With his second-level talent, he believed that even Lin Qingwan would be impressed by him. But just when Lu Jinghui felt comfortable and had wild thoughts, a message in the group made him furious. Mr. Lu is awesome, your hand speed is too strong, I'm really envious of you. It was Mo Yuan from the class who spoke. This sentence immediately distorted the atmosphere in the group. Mo Yuan woke up the person in his dream with just one word. It feels really good to think about it. What are you envious of? I don't understand it at all. I don't understand either, I'm a traditional man. Actually, from another perspective, Mr. Lu is too strong anyway. Hiss. The more I think about it, the more I realize that Mr. Lu's talent is awesome. Mo Yuan, you can't speak, so shut up. No one thinks you are mute. Lu Jinghui became more and more angry as he watched, wishing to punch Mo Yuan 100 times. If Lin Qingwan saw these words, she didn't know what she would think of herself. Mo Yuan, it has to be you. Seeing this, Yi Bai on the other side couldn't help but almost laughed. There is only one person in the class who can make the arrogant Lu Jinghui so angry. It can be said that he is extremely talented. Fortunately, it was just a group chat. If it were in reality, Lu Jinghui might really be able to beat Mo Yuan up. With Lu Jinghui's background, Mo Yuan could only get beaten in vain. After watching it for a while, Yi Bai put down his phone. He was about to continue practicing the Shaolin breathing technique. Seeing that Lu Jinghui was so strong, he felt that he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. And this also shows that more and more people will soon awaken their talents. Short, long, short, long, short, long, short, long. Now that he has practiced this breathing method, he is becoming more and more proficient. After a while, he entered the state. Long. However, not long after practicing, Yi Bai suddenly heard a violent vibration outside the window. This made him stop practicing and look outside. The source seemed a bit far away, but because his hearing and sensing abilities were much improved now, he caught it quickly. This seems to be the direction to the western suburbs of Yuncheng. Could it be that the mutated creature Lin Qingwan said has emerged? Yi Bai's heart moved, remembering what Lin Qingwan said. Immediately I couldn't help but get excited and eager to give it a try. During the day, in addition to practicing, Yi Bai also tried many animals, such as chickens, fish, etc. The explosion rate was also very high, but for the time being, he had not discovered anything better than the breathing method. And he also discovered a pattern. Except for the special case of the milk product, at other times, you generally need to kill it yourself and sense it to get the reward. That is to say, it is not feasible to set fire to mountains or poison fish in rivers without even knowing how many they have killed. After a day of practice today, Yi Bai's strength has improved a lot again. From the original half-opened small thunder bow, it can now be opened 3/4. Although he didn't fully unleash the power to try it, half of the bows reached that level last night. Now 3/4 bow, you can imagine. In addition, he also practiced his accuracy and it was pretty good. In addition, his speed and reaction speed have also improved, and he found that his defense, well, that is, his ability to take a beating should also have increased, but this is not easy to try. So, although Lin Qingwan said it was dangerous, Yi Bai himself felt that as long as he was careful, he should be qualified to go to the western suburbs to have a chance. Of course, if it is not necessary, don't take physical risks first, just observe it from a distance. This is what I am thinking about. Yi Bai finished his training and stood up neatly. He first changed into black clothes to make himself appear as inconspicuous as possible. Then he quietly left the door and ran directly around the edge of the city towards the western suburbs. Once he started running, Yi Bai could feel his current speed, which had even reached the point where he could run 100 meters in 3 or 4 seconds. And after running at this speed for several minutes, he didn't feel tired at all, which showed that his endurance was quite good. It took him about 10 minutes to reach the western suburbs. After he stopped, he felt a little breathless and a little tired. You know, he ran at high speed almost all the way. He probably ran nearly 10 kilometers in 10 minutes, but he still seemed like he was fine. Regarding the current changes in his body, the more Yi Bai felt it, the more he was shocked by it. Such physical fitness is obviously beyond the scope of normal humans. He wants to call himself Superman. The sound should be somewhere near here. After resting for a while, Yi Bai followed the sound and saw a valley on the edge of the western suburbs. That kind of vibration came from it. Faintly, he could still hear voices in it. If he guessed correctly, there should be humans surrounding this mutated creature. It's probably the Lin family and the Lu family, the big families with backgrounds in Cloud City. Yi Bai thought to himself, and then he started to cautiously move toward the valley. When he arrived at the mouth of the valley, he did not show up. Instead, he secretly climbed to the middle of the mountain in an uninhabited place some distance away from the mouth of the valley. Taking advantage of the mountain's position, he looked down into the valley. His eyesight is now very good, and he can clearly see the situation inside even from a distance of nearly 200 meters. In the innermost part of the valley, there was a large lizard covered in red. This lizard was so big that he had never seen it before. It was probably more than 10 meters long with its tail. It had powerful limbs and sharp knife-like spikes on its back. It looked a bit small. Godzilla feeling. At this time, this big lizard was crouching down and roaring in a low voice, while looking warily towards the entrance of the valley with a pair of big lantern-like eyes. At the entrance of the valley, a group of people, about 20 or 30 people, were blocking the way. All of them were wearing powerful outfits and holding weapons in their hands. It could be vaguely seen that they were wearing some armor inside the powerful outfits. Their expressions seemed to be very fearful of this big lizard. Is that Lin Qingwan? Suddenly, Yi Bai saw a graceful figure in the crowd. The whole person was also wrapped tightly, even his face was covered, but his figure was so good and the proportions between the mountains and plains were amazing, so he was still easily discovered. Perhaps it was because it was the first time she faced such a mutated creature. It could be seen that the school beauty, who was usually as calm as an iceberg, could not help but feel a little nervous at this time. Being protected by several people behind her, she seemed a little passive. Roar! At this moment, the big lizard seemed to have lost its patience in waiting, and suddenly let out a roar. This sound can be said to be shocking, and the entire valley seems to be shaking slightly, and rocks are rolling down from the hillsides on both sides. Immediately, the big lizard kicked off its feet and rushed towards the crowd at the entrance of the valley at high speed. Shield team, step forward and resist. A big man shouted an order at this time. Then the 10 people standing in the front row, the first 5 and the last 5, quickly divided into 2 rows, and each held a special black metal shield erected in front of them. These black shields were more than 2 meters high, and they stood up like a black wall. The shield players were holding the other side of the shield with their shoulders from behind. It was obvious that they all knew that they were about to bear the huge impact and needed to use all their strength to resist it. Rumble. As the big lizard got closer and closer, the vibrations in the entire valley became more and more severe. Even Yi Bai was almost knocked down the mountain. Fortunately, he changed to a flat position and stabilized his body. Roar. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The big lizard was getting closer and closer to the shield team. When it was still a few meters away, it swung its tail violently and hit the first row of shields hard. With just this flick, the 5 shield members were immediately thrown into the air with their shields, and then fell heavily to the ground with screams. This scene made the shield team in the second row tremble with fear. Team 3, shoot, hit the vital points. Fortunately, the big man who took the lead soon gave the order again. Immediately, 10 more men in black rushed out from the 2 wings, each took out a firearm, aimed at the big lizard and fired. But what is shocking is that these bullets hit the big lizard's skin as if they were hitting iron sheets. They actually made a loud bang, barely leaving a few marks and a few wisps of dark green blood. They did not cause much damage at all. And if you hit the big lizard in the eyes, it won't cause any harm if the big lizard closes its eyes. On the contrary, it aroused the ferocity of the big lizard even more. There was another loud roar, and then he hit the second row of shields with his head. The power of this collision was even more terrifying. Not only did it directly knock all the black shields away, but the people behind the shields also had their internal organs deformed, spitting blood, and flew around. Some of them hit the shooting team. Just 2 of them were smashed to death together. Is this a mutated creature? Is this too scary? Seeing this situation, Yi Bai, who was halfway up the mountain, couldn't help but feel a little shocked. You can imagine what kind of disaster it will be once such a big guy enters the urban area. The leading man below also had a somewhat ugly expression. They had expected that this mutated lizard would be difficult to deal with, but they did not expect that it would be so difficult to deal with. To deal with such a big creature, the army should have been notified. But this hunting was a private operation, so that the Lin family could obtain first-hand information on mutated creatures so that they could cope with the world that would soon become rampant with mutated creatures after the great changes. If they had known this earlier, maybe they wouldn't have dared to hunt greedily. Uncle Third, take action and try to find out where its life gate is. At this moment, Lin Qingwan spoke up, her voice soft but unquestionable. Well, I should be able to block him in front for a while. Qingwan, please pay attention. If you are really invincible, you can retreat first and ignore me. The big man in front nodded and took 2 steps forward. His eyes condensed, and then an earthy yellow light suddenly erupted from his body, and the muscles on his body became bulging, which directly burst the clothes on his body, revealing the stone-like skin and body underneath. It's like a stone man. Is this a talent that can turn into a stone man after awakening? Seeing this scene, Yi Bai couldn't help but look more seriously. Not counting the ones he saw in videos like Lu Jinghui, this was the first time he saw a human being who had awakened his talent with his own eyes. His hearing had been strengthened by practicing Shaolin breathing technique, so he could also hear Lin Qingwan calling this awakened person third uncle. This third uncle of Xiao Qingwan seems to have a certain degree of confidence in himself. He actually thinks that he can block it for a while. But he doesn't know what Xiao Qingwan's talent is. Yi Bai stared down. He had never faced a mutated creature before. He needs to observe and find the opportunity to take action. Get out of the way, let me come. At this time, Lin Qingwan's third uncle also shouted, and then rushed towards the big lizard like a bulldozer. The remaining gunners and shields retreated one after another, protecting Lin Qingwan one by one. It can be seen that Lin Qingwan's status in the Lin family is extremely high, even higher than her third uncle. In a matter of seconds, the big lizard used its tail to sweep away the corpses and shields blocking the way. When it saw Lin Qingyan, the third uncle, a stone man rushing towards him, it let out a roar and bumped into him head-on. Bang! There was a solid crash. What is shocking is that under this blow, Lin Qingwan's third uncle was not directly knocked away like the shield team. Instead, he held his feet firmly on the ground, and then used his hands to resist the big lizard of collision. This innate ability seems to be at least level B. Yi Bai was a little surprised. Just from this meeting, he could see the difference between the awakened people and ordinary people. It can be said that Uncle Lin Qingwan alone is more powerful than the other 20 people combined. When the big lizard saw that his impact had no effect, he became even more angry. He flicked his tail and swiped at the stone man again. What surprised Yi Bai was that in the face of this blow, Lin Qingwan's third uncle did not dodge and actually allowed the big lizard's tail to hit him. Boom! There was another loud noise, and Lin Qingwan's third uncle was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground, creating a big crater. But not long after, he stood up again. Looking at the stone skin on his body, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, he withstood the blow, only feeling some pain in his body and almost no injuries. Come again. This made him braver and braver, and he rushed towards the big lizard again. One person and one lizard soon became entangled again. Although Lin Qingwan's third uncle was thrown away by the big lizard several times, he was always able to stand up again quickly. Roar! This made the big lizard extremely angry. Suddenly, it roared, opened its mouth, and actually sprayed green mist from its mouth. Be careful, it may be poisonous. Lin Qingwan warned, and at this moment she suddenly thought, this may be its weakness, attack its throat while it releases the poisonous mist. Hearing this, Lin Qingwan's third uncle Lin Shicheng quickly rolled and crawled to avoid the spray of poisonous mist. It can be seen that as soon as the poisonous mist fell on the ground, it immediately corroded a big pit in the ground. If it fell on a person, it would melt the body immediately. Yes, when the gunmen who were still alive heard this, they also reacted and fired bullets fiercely towards the big lizard's bloody mouth. All of a sudden, the big lizard was beaten until its mouth was full of blood. It quickly closed its mouth, not daring to release the poisonous mist again, and gave up on the stone man transformed by Lin Qingwan's third uncle, and turned smartly towards Lin Qingwan and those around him. The gunmen rushed over. Be careful, Lin Qingwan's third uncle shouted quickly, and then he rushed towards the big lizard, trying to block its progress. It was at this time. The temperature in the entire valley suddenly dropped, as if it had suddenly changed from hot summer to winter. Is this Xiao Qingwan's talent? Yi Bai, who was preparing to take action, narrowed his eyes and saw Lin Qingwan standing quietly below him. Vaguely, he could feel the coldness emanating from her body. The next moment, the icy wind blew. The ground under the feet of the rampaging big lizard suddenly turned into ice, making it unable to even stand. It staggered a few steps and fell down. The ice floor became very slippery. In fact, not only it, Lin Qingwan's third uncle also fell to the ground. The big lizard struggled and tried desperately to stand up again. After several attempts without success, it started to go crazy and hit the ice with its tail, smashing the ice to pieces in a short time. This made it finally stand up, and then hit Lin Qingwan's third uncle with another tail blow. Then with a fierce pounce, he came to Lin Qingwan and his party. less than 10 meters apart. The fishy smell of the big lizard's breathing seemed to have blown in front of them. The men in black standing in front of Lin Qingwan looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, frightened. He could only pull the trigger crazily, hoping to use bullets to block the progress of the big lizard. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The big lizard braved the hail of bullets and rushed over in just one breath. The men in black gritted their teeth and tried to block it with their bodies, but Mantis was undoubtedly blocking the car. Each one of them was either knocked away or was hit by the big lizard's big body. The tail was whipped until he vomited blood, and was even flattened by the big lizard. Lin Qingwan took a few steps back and saw that the big lizard was already 5 meters away from her. There was a trace of panic on her originally calm face. "Qingwan, go quickly." Lin Qingwan's third uncle finally arrived behind the big lizard, hugged the big lizard's tail tightly, roared, and tried his best to drag the big lizard. But his talent is mainly in skin defense, and his strength is not as strong as this mutated lizard. Lin Qingwan didn't want to leave like this, so she gritted her teeth and used her talents with all her strength. Then, at the feet of the mutated big lizard, 2 large chunks of ice suddenly appeared. They looked like 2 ice buckets, and they continued to grow upward until they turned into 2 icicles, covering the big lizard's body. The 2 front feet were completely frozen and firmly connected to the ground. No matter how hard the big lizard struggled, it could not free its feet from the ice. Seeing this, Lin Qingwan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the big lizard was only more than 3 meters away from her. If she took one more step, she would be able to attack it. However, because of this, she felt a pain in her head, and she suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Young lady is so amazing, she must be a talent above level A. Others looked happy when they saw Lin Qingwan freezing the big lizard, thinking that the situation was decided. Not good. Lin Qingwan's expression changed as she remembered something. Roar. Sure enough, the next moment she saw the big lizard that couldn't struggle out suddenly open its mouth, ready to release poisonous mist. You know, now there is no obstacle in front of Lin Qingwan, and no one can attack the big lizard's throat. This big guy is already unscrupulous. Lin Qingwan's pretty face suddenly turned pale, knowing that her experience was still too little. She just wanted to run away, but at such a close distance and because she had just reached the limit of her talent, her whole body was unable to move. As soon as she moved, she felt dizzy, her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. Am I going to die? At this moment, for some reason, an unserious face suddenly appeared in her mind. She originally thought that they would meet again. Call out. And it was at this time. But suddenly there was a sound like thunder and lightning breaking through the air. A purple arrow of light seemed to come from the sky, as fast as a meteor that could not be caught. When the mutant lizard opened its mouth and had no time to spit out the poisonous mist, it shot hard into its throat. The one who took action was naturally Yi Bai, who was halfway up the mountain at the entrance of the valley. He had been paying attention to the battle situation in the valley. After seeing Lin Qingwan's talent, he couldn't help but be surprised that even such a ferocious mutated lizard could be frozen. However, he realized the problem earlier than Lin Qingwan. Therefore, he had already held the small thunder bow in his hand, and when the big lizard opened its mouth, he shot the light arrow with all his strength. Now, he can already draw the small thunder bow to 3/4. You know, the small Layan bow can continuously penetrate trees and boulders just by drawing it to half the bow. He can't estimate the power it can cause now. This arrow accurately shot into the mouth of the big lizard, and drove straight into the depth of its throat. Puff! Suddenly, blood spurted out. That purple light arrow, with its indomitable edge, directly shot the mutant lizard's throat to pieces, and you could vaguely see some bulges in the skin behind its throat. In other words, the arrow almost shot through the throat of the big lizard and penetrated the hard skin of its neck that even bullets can hardly leave a mark on. One can imagine how terrifying its power is. Ouch! The big lizard opened its mouth wide, and the poisonous mist in its mouth could no longer be emitted. It widened its eyes unwillingly, and fell limply like a small mountain. It struggled a few times like a conditioned reflex, and soon fell down. Turned into a large corpse. Ha! Fortunately I liked playing with slingshots when I was a kid. If this arrow is not accurate, my little Qingwan will probably be dead. Seeing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ding. Kill a mutated lizard, and the proceeds from the kill have been stored in the reserve space. At the same time, there was a reminder sound in his mind. This time the prompt was a bit special, it didn't directly say what was obtained. Yi Bai guessed that this was probably because he had obtained more than one kind of thing, so he did not report it directly. He was not in a hurry to check, but quickly put away the small thunder bow, jumped a few times, and quickly went down the mountain and returned to his residence. He knew in his heart that there was no background behind him, and now was not the time to expose himself. After all, although he can trust Lin Qingwan, others still need to be careful. No one can yet tell what the world will be like in the future. Become stronger later, be more powerful when you need it, and don't be afraid to show off when you need to. But now it has just begun, and it is very necessary to develop a little bit. And in the valley below. At this time, Lin Qingwan, who originally thought she was certain to die, after a brief period of confusion, saw the mutated giant lizard corpse lying on the ground in front of her, and she couldn't help but be startled for a moment. How come this mutated lizard died? Who killed him? She looked at her third uncle. At this time, her third uncle had also put away his talent of turning into a stone man. He was leaning tiredly against the body of the big lizard, panting. Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on. I used all my strength to hold on to this big guy, but somehow it fell down. Seeing Lin Qingwan's look, he had a wry smile on his face, he shook his head and said. It is indeed feeling confused now, but it is not so naive as to think that it was the mutated lizard that killed it. Miss, I just saw a purple arrow of light, shot from outside, directly into the throat of this mutated lizard. Just one arrow, and the big lizard died. At this time, the sharp-sighted gunman spoke with a trembling voice. The scene just now seemed to stay in his mind, not dissipating for a long time. Such a terrifying mutated lizard was shot to death like this. How terrifying was the person who shot this arrow? In other words, is there anyone else here? Lin Qingyuan's heart jumped suddenly, and she immediately became vigilant, but she soon relaxed again. Judging from the description of his subordinates, if this person really had ill intentions towards them, he would not have shot that arrow so quickly just now. After he is killed, he can still monopolize the mutated lizard's body. She knew very well how valuable the body of such a mutated creature was in the early days of great changes in the world. I don't know which friend came to help. Please come out and see me. My Lin family will be very grateful. Lin Qingwan's third uncle Lin Qicheng also thought of this and shouted to the entrance of the valley. Unfortunately, no response was received. After a while, he shouted again. Seeing that there was still no response, he had to give up, looked at each other with Lin Qingyuan, and began to walk to the head of the mutated lizard. Although this mutated lizard died, the bloody mouth still remained open. Lin Qicheng turned into a stone man again, then put his hand into the big lizard's mouth, groped around, and found that the throat was indeed in tatters, and it was obviously violently shot. Lin Qingyuan's eyes fell on the skin of the neck opposite the big lizard's throat, and found that there were some cracks there, which meant that the arrow had penetrated the big lizard almost from the inside out. In other words, even if this arrow does not shoot directly into the throat, I am afraid it can directly break the skin defense of this big lizard. This is something they can't penetrate even with submachine gun bullets. This person awakened the talent of strength. But the power is too. Lin Qingyuan was a little shocked. She couldn't imagine that it was only the beginning of the world's great change. How could such a heaven-defying talent appear? She secretly estimated that even if she and her third uncle combined their talents, they wouldn't be able to gain even half a cent compared to this person. He will appear here. This person should be from Yuncheng. I don't know if we can find this person. If this person joins our Lin family will definitely be able to stand firm after the great changes. Lin Qingyuan's third uncle Lin Qicheng also spoke up at this time. Since this person doesn't want to show up, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him. Lin Qingyuan shook her head and said, now we should focus on the study of mutated organisms. I know. I will immediately find someone to transport the mutated lizard's body back to our research center, hoping to study something. Lin Qicheng nodded, and then started to get busy. It won't take long. Yi Bai has returned to his residence. This time he traveled dangerously, and his journey was not in vain. With the help of people from the Lin family, he killed the first mutated creature. After settling down, Yi Bai opened his reserve space and checked his harvest this time. Okay. At first glance, his face showed joy. Sure enough, as he had guessed before, the harvest from hunting mutated creatures is indeed much greater than when he kills ordinary creatures such as mosquitoes, ants, and cockroaches. Just one head actually gave him 3 good things. One of them is the extraordinary alloy knife. Judging from its introduction, it is made of future technology. The blade is extremely sharp and can cut metal and stone, literally cutting iron like mud. The key point is that the word, extraordinary, is no longer an ordinary sword. The second thing is a glowing jade slip. When opened, you can get a boxing technique called Dali Niu Demon Fist. This boxing method allows the practitioner to drive the terrifying power particles hidden in the body with every swing, and can exert punching power far beyond his own. There is also a luminous jade slip. When opened, it reveals a body technique called the Into the Micro Body Technique. After practicing this body technique, the warrior's reaction ability can be strengthened, and the warrior can dodge better according to the environment and attacks in close combat. In other words, you can dodge and no longer be hit so easily. In addition to these 3 good things, Yi Bai found that there were also hundreds of thousands of money, a portion of lizard toxin, and lizard spikes and other materials, but he didn't know what they were used for. It can be said that this trip was definitely worthwhile and he gained a lot. My explosion rate is indeed as high as 100 million points. Yi Bai was satisfied. After arriving in the deserted open space outside, he extracted all 3 things. The extraordinary alloy knife appeared first in his hand, and he weighed it. This knife is a bit heavy-handed, probably weighing more than 10 pounds. An ordinary person would probably be tired after wielding it for a long time. But it doesn't matter to Yi Bai now. After practicing the Shaolayan breathing method, his physical fitness has greatly improved, and it is still improving rapidly. Such a weight is not difficult for him. Puff! He tried to chop down the big tree on the side of the road with one knife. It was just as described, cutting iron like clay. The knife directly touched the trunk of the tree. With a little force, he chopped down the entire tree. He waved it in the air for a while, and the sounds that broke through the air seemed quite sharp and very skillful. Not bad. Yi Bai nodded with satisfaction, first put away the extraordinary alloy knife, and then began to absorb the luminous jade slip of the powerful Niu Demon Fist. After a brief realization, a set of boxing techniques appeared in his mind. He could visualize a bull with golden light all over its body, performing this set of boxing techniques in his mind. I saw that savage bull with its legs on the ground. Although its body was that of an animal, it looked very strong and agile. Whether it was footsteps or punches, it was so fast that it didn't look like a cow at all. Sometimes it spreads its wings like an eagle, sometimes it pounces on food like a rock, hunting with the wind of fist, and its power is unstoppable. Just thinking about it, Yi Bai felt a kind of spiritual shock. Good boxing skills. Then, he gradually followed the figure of the wild bull in his mind and began to show off his skills in the open space. Beside him, gusts of wind began to sound. At first it was just like a breeze, but as time went by, the fallen leaves and dust all around were picked up. Gradually, every punch, kick, and gesture began to overlap with the shadow in his mind. Boom! With one punch, a deep pit caused by the punch mark immediately appeared on the tree stump that had just been chopped off by the extraordinary alloy knife. Wood chips flew and almost completely penetrated the thick tree trunk. This was just a casual punch from him, and he didn't use his full strength at all. Haha, good. Yi Bai felt better and better as he practiced, and gradually absorbed the subtle body technique. In the powerful cow magic fist, the subtle body technique is integrated. His figure also became more flexible, and every step he took seemed to be very mysterious, as if he was in a busy traffic. Although the surrounding vehicles were very fast, none of them could touch him. For a long time, with this powerful bull demon fist and extraordinary alloy knife, coupled with this subtle body technique, my close combat ability has also been greatly improved. Yi Bai stopped practicing, but there was still a slightly excited expression on his face. Now, he can clearly feel the change in his strength. He even felt that even if he had to fight that mutated lizard in hand-to-hand combat, he seemed to be sure of victory. And even if someone like Lin Qingwan's third uncle Lin Qichang has a natural defense, he should be able to break through it with a powerful set of bull demon fist. With such strength, Yi Bai felt that he was undergoing great changes. Even if he didn't rely on the little lace sound bow, he should be able to protect himself to a certain extent. Time is passing slowly. Starting from the day after Yi Bai hunted the mutated lizard, the drastic changes in the world seemed to speed up. First, the number of awakened people and mutant creatures on the internet and in the news increased significantly. Later, among the classmates, in addition to Lin Qingwan and Lu Jinghui, students with awakened talents began to appear one after another. On the third day, there are already more than half of the awakened people among the college classmates alone. However, according to Yi Bai's observation, the talents awakened in the group were relatively average, and most of them are conventional talents, which do not help to enhance their own strength. For example, someone's skin will harden when immersed in water, but it cannot be controlled on the ground. Some people can change the color of their skin, but only their appearance. Someone can fart 20 times in a row, but it's not toxic. Some people can make themselves grow 30 centimeters taller, but nothing else changes. Some people can instantly grow their hair to more than 1 meter, but they can't control the attack. All of these things seem quite tasteless, and can often only be rated as D level. Talents like Lu Jinghui who have the chance to reach the second level are already rare. As for Lin Qingwan's ability to control freezing, Yi Bai saw some introductions on the internet, saying that anyone who can control elemental abilities is basically Class A. In other words, Lin Qingwan's awakened talents are at least Grade A. Now across the country, it is said that there are 2 people who have awakened their third-level talents and made them public. One is an awakened person with wings of fire, known as Seraphim. It is said that this person can not only fly with these flame wings, but his flame wings can also send out intensive sky fire attacks, which can be said to be very powerful. The other one is called the Lightning King. Not only does he move very fast, but he can also emit electric current to attack. It is said that he can electrocute a large buffalo weighing several hundred pounds at will. He is also very tyrannical. These 2 level 3 awakeners are highly sought after by the entire internet. They posted a video on Douyin and their fans exceeded 10 million in one day. It is so terrifying that it makes people envious. Of course, Yi Bai felt that his talents should not be weaker than those of these 2 people, but it was so unbelievable that it was difficult for the Wushu Association to certify it. After watching it for a while, Yi Bai decided to put down his phone and continue practicing. There is one thing to say, although he feels that his talent is no worse than Seraph and Lightning King, but the current strength comparison is still a bit hard to say. After all, one of the 2 can fly, and the other is as fast as lightning, but I am still inferior in speed. If they faced each other head-on, they might not have much chance of winning. In the past 3 days, he continued to practice Shaolayan's breathing method. Now he could draw the Shaolayan bow to 90%, but there was still the last 10%. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw it. Faintly, it seems that it has temporarily reached a critical point and needs an opportunity to break through. He also tried to find many ants and mosquitoes to kill, but most of the things that exploded were money and daily necessities. Occasionally there are some weapons and the like, but they are obviously not as useful as the ones that were exploded from killing mutant lizards before. Yi Bai guessed that because he had become stronger now, his level had increased just like in an online game. Although the explosion rate of low-level monsters was also ridiculously high, the things they exploded were obviously not that good. After all, he dislikes money the most. Therefore, he probably still has to hunt mutant creatures to get better things. However, he is not panicking. Judging from the speed of the current change in the world, mutant creatures will soon be everywhere. With his explosion rate, he is not afraid of running out of good products. We are the brave, we are the bold. At this moment, the phone's ringtone suddenly rang. Yi Bai curiously picked up the phone he had just put down and took a look, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The caller turned out to be Mo Yuan. After graduation, the relationship between the 2 was still good. After thinking about it, he stopped practicing first and clicked the connection button. After all, he now had so much money that he was not even afraid of borrowing money. Yi Bai, what have you been doing lately? I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought you were dead. As soon as the call was connected, Mo Yuan's fiery voice came from the other side. Thank you for your concern. Brother, I'm fine. Yi Bai smiled and said, how about you? Call me when you have time. Have you awakened your talent? I just wanted to ask you if you have awakened your talent. Mo Yuan shouted, what? Are we two useless people going to look at each other and smile again? Well, Yi Bai thought for a while and joked, well, I seem to have some feelings, I should wake up soon. Haha, I understand, I'm like this too, soon, I feel like I'm about to awaken a great talent. Mo Yuan laughed. I believe you can do it. Yi Bai couldn't help laughing. This guy had a good attitude. Brother, I believe in you too. Let us both awaken our great talents and let Lu Jinghui, the second-generation ancestor, see that we, salted fish, can also turn around. Mo Yuan said boldly. It's necessary, Yi Bai said with a slight smile. Now he has turned over. He doesn't know if Mo Yuan can turn over. The two bragged for a while. Mo Yuan returned to the topic. By the way, will you go to our class's party tomorrow? Now in our class, I only get close to you. If you don't go, it will be boring to me. Will my little Qingwan go? Yi Bai asked. How did I realize that you are more shameless than me? Are you really still thinking about Lin, the school beauty? I beg you, brother, have some self-knowledge. What is the school beauty's appearance? What is her family background? What is her background? Mo Yuan looked a little angry. Am I not handsome? Yi Bai said calmly. Quote. Mo Yuan was immediately speechless. Being handsome is useless. Besides, no matter how handsome you are, can you be as handsome as me? Classmate Yi Bai, young people should not think about eating soft rice at a young age. I heard that Lin Qingwan has also awakened her great talent. You don't really think people would like trash like us, do you? Bah, you're just rubbish. Why do you want to drag me in? Yi Bai was a little dissatisfied. Even if it's rubbish, I can recycle it. You or other rubbish. Okay, Lin Qingwan should be here, and the second-generation ancestor Lu Jinghui will definitely come to show off. Although he hates him, this guy should reveal something to us just to show off. Mo Yuan added. Although I haven't awakened my talent yet, it's always good to learn more about the relevant information. I have an idea, that is, you go listen and then come back and tell me. Yi Bai said with a smile. We must have no less of a good-for-nothing alliance. Mo Yuan scolded quickly. I won't see you tomorrow anyway. If you make me embarrassed by myself, I won't let you go. Ahem. Yi Bai coughed twice with some guilt, feeling a little sympathetic to this big brother. That's it. You must come, I have a secret to tell you tomorrow. Mo Yuan did not give Yi Bai a chance to refuse. What secret? Yi Bai was curious. You'll know when you get here. Mo Yuan was very mean and hung up the phone directly. This guy is most likely lying to me. Yi Bai smiled bitterly, but since the other party said so, he would go to this party. After all, in this world of great changes, this meeting with many old classmates may very well be the last time in a lifetime. Just keep it in mind. Put down the phone. After sitting quietly for a while, Yi Bai hesitated for a while, then picked up the phone again and made a call. Dad, he called out after the call was put through, and then said politely, have you eaten? I just ate. Your mother killed a chicken tonight, which is enough for us to eat for 2 days. A thick voice came from over there. It was Yi Bai's father Yi Demin, a man more than 100 kilometers away from Yuncheng. The town's blacksmith. I just finished eating too. What a coincidence, I had braised chicken tonight. Yi Bai said with a smile. The chicken outside doesn't taste like chicken at all. It's not as delicious as the chicken at home. Yi Demin said. Then I'll go back to eat in 2 days. Yi Bai said politely. Are you so idle? Haven't you found a job yet? Yi Demin asked. Well, I found it, but it's relatively free. You don't have to worry about this. I'm fine now. Yi Bai thought for a while and said half-truthfully. Short of money, Yi Demin hesitated and asked again. No need, I'm very rich now. I can't spend it all. I'm still thinking of transferring some money to you too. Yi Bai said quickly. He knew that his father usually helped the neighbors pack farm tools and daily necessities, and at most sold some groceries. After the popularity of the internet, the business dropped a lot. Okay, don't be brave. Recently, everyone has heard that the world is going to change, and there will be some mutant monsters. More people come to me to fight with knives and guns, and I have made more money. Yi Demin said. Yes, I called you back this time just to remind you. Yi Bai said. The world has indeed changed a lot recently. You two have to be careful and don't run around. By the way, are there any people in the town recently? Something strange happened. There are also some people in the town who have awakened their talents and organized their own escorts. There should be no need to be afraid. Yi Demin said. I seem to have guessed that blacksmithing seems to be a lot easier recently. I wonder if they have also awakened their talents. Yi Bai was excited and immediately asked out of curiosity, has there been any change in your body? Not yet, but as my strength has increased, the quality of the iron seems to be getting better, Yi Demin said. That's not bad. It's a professional counterpart, Yi Bai said with a smile. He estimated that this was AD level talent and would not be of much use. He then asked casually, what about my mother? Let me say a few words to her. Hello, son. Yi Bai's mother Lin Qingwan answered the phone. Mom, I'll come back to see you in 2 days. How are you lately? Does your knee still hurt? Yi Bai asked with concern. It's nothing. I'll feel better after applying a few ointments. Lin Qingwan said, it's nothing. You don't have to come back. Work is important. Your father and I are fine. My job is very easy. How can I miss the opportunity to be lazy? Yi Bai said with a smile, and the world is about to change. There are many mountains in our hometown. I will go back and see if there are any adventures. You just have to worry about it. Lin Qingwan said duplicity. Then I don't care about you, you can make up your own mind. I will give you more pairs of chopsticks and more bowls when you come back. Maybe I'll bring you a daughter-in-law. How about making a big meal? Yi Bai said with a smile again. If you really bring me a daughter-in-law, I will kill the cow I picked up 2 days ago for you. Lin Qingwan said angrily. Oh, did you pick up a cow 2 days ago? Yes, but this cow feels a little strange. It is said to be a yellow cow, but it is half green and half yellow. It is restless all day long. I don't know if it has mutated. Then you have to be careful. Yi Bai was startled. It's okay, it's afraid of me and can't be cruel. Lin Qingwan said nonchalantly. Okay, then this cow is just like me. Yi Bai said with a smile. He was very talkative, and then he rambled on, chatting with his mother for less than half an hour before hanging up the phone. And he was relieved to hear that his parents were fine. He actually called back a few days ago, but the global changes have accelerated in the past 2 days, and he is still a little worried after all. After the party here was over, he felt that he needed to go back to his hometown. Get up early the next morning. Yi Bai first practiced the Shaolin breathing technique for an hour, and then practiced the powerful bull demon fist and subtle body technique for another hour. It's 8:30. He took a clean shower, combed his hair like an adult, then put on a brand name suit and leather shoes that were revealed by stepping on ants, and drove into the Ferrari sports car given by Mosquito. Heading towards the Yundian Hotel where today's party will be held. Chapter 11. 10 minutes later, Yi Bai drove a sports car to the entrance of Yundian Hotel. It was already close to the party time, and most of the students in the class arrived at this time, chatting in 2s and 3s at the door of the hotel. Look, Ferrari. Awesome, is that Mr. Liu in the car? We don't have many Ferraris in Yuncheng, right? I don't think so, but the guy driving the car looks pretty young, a bit handsome. No, why do I feel like this guy looks familiar? It's true, it can't be from our class, right? But besides Mr. Liu and the school beauty Lin, who else in our class can afford to drive a Ferrari? I'm envious. This car costs several million. It's worth it if I can touch it in this life. There's no need to be discouraged. The world has changed a lot now. If you awaken a great talent, you'll have everything. Still using Class A. If you have Class B, you can have everything. Seeing a cool sports car appear, all the young people couldn't help but look at it side by side and started talking in low voices. What the hell? Why does this guy look so much like Yi Bai's guy? At this moment, an extremely surprised voice suddenly sounded, and it was Mo Yuan who spoke. He waited for Yi Bai at the door of the hotel for a long time, fearing that Yi Bai wouldn't come, so he just planned to call to urge him. Unexpectedly, I saw a human body similar to Yi Bai on top of this Ferrari sports car. But this high-end suit, Coupled with this Ferrari sports car worth millions, even though he and Yi Bai had a good relationship, he looked at it for a long time and was not sure. No way, is this Yi Bai? Hearing this, other students also stared in disbelief. Ahem, it's me. Sorry, I'm a little late. Yi Bai didn't mean to show off. At this time, he took off his windshield sunglasses, got out of the sports car, and waved. Nah, it's really you. Mo Yuan's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He ran over in 2 steps, pushed Yi Bai away without any courtesy, and began to look at this machine from a close distance. Ferrari sports car. What's going on? Where did you get this car? Don't say you rented it, I know you don't even have the money to rent it. You awakened your talent, then you went to rob a bank. No, now that the bank has strengthened its defenses after the emergence of awakened people, it has even hired many awakened people. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to rob. Did you really conquer the school bell, Lin, and then you will be able to enjoy a soft life and reach the pinnacle of your life? Boss, take me with you, comma. He looked at it, touched it, and yelled. Okay, what's the mess? I bought this car myself. I've been lucky recently and made a little fortune. Yi Bai knew this guy's character, so he didn't mind. He just smiled and said, last night I was originally, that's all I wanted to say, but it's a pity that you hung up the phone too quickly. Woo, you are not brothers enough. We agreed to be useless together, but you secretly got rich. Mo Yuan was heartbroken and beat his chest. Sure, Yi Bai, I didn't expect you to get rich first. Awesome, I have already told you that my brother Yi is not a creature in the pool. Can I touch it? On the other side, seeing Mo Yuan and Yi Bai recognizing each other, other students also gathered around, stroking around the sports car with envious expressions. Don't laugh at me, it's just luck. Feel free to touch it, go in and have fun. Yi Bai also felt a little bit of the fun of pretending, and it turned out to be a little bit cool. Yi Bai, is this your car? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Yi Bai turned his head and saw that Lu Jinghui was coming. Seeing a group of people surrounding him, he also walked over. It's mine, I picked it up not long ago. Yi Bai smiled, but he didn't reject the man and replied. Yundian Hotel is the property of the Lu family and is considered a famous star hotel in Yuncheng. At this party, Lu Jinghui also seemed very generous and said that all expenses were included. No one else has to pay a penny. Some people say that he does it to show off his extravagance, while others say that he does it for Lin Qingwan's favor. In any case, money is coming out. So for Yi Bai, in fact, although he may not understand some of the behaviors of this rich second generation, he actually doesn't have any great malice. Just like in a group, you can pretend to be awesome, but as long as you remember to give out red envelopes after pretending, everyone will still not be stingy with saying, "Boss is awesome," to you, thanking the boss, and even wishing the boss a successful date tonight. Of course, there was no friendship between him and Lu Jinghui. After all, it turned out that the two of them were of different classes. Apart from attending classes, they had basically nothing to do with each other. He didn't even have the other's badge. It's not bad. The price of a Ferrari V8 is 6 to 7 million. Lu Jinghui glanced at the sports car not far away and said loudly as if he was commenting. Mr. Lu is laughing. A small sports car is nothing in front of Mr. Lu. Yi Bai said. The world is undergoing great changes now. For ordinary people like you, there are indeed dangers. You must have awakened a good talent and then been recruited by a certain force. Lu Jinghui said directly afterwards. What level of talent have you awakened? Our Lu family is also recruiting high-level awakeners. Are you interested in joining? Even if you accept this sports car as a deposit, it will be fine. As long as your talent reaches level B or above, the Lu family can help you pay the compensation. Mr. Lu misunderstood. I was not recruited by any force. It was just good luck and I made a little fortune. I bought this car myself. I want to have a good time while the world is not in chaos. Yi Bai felt that the word, ordinary person, was a little harsh, so he replied casually. Oh, after a while money will really not be of much use. Hearing this, Lu Jinghui thought that he had guessed wrong, and said indifferently, if you can't awaken high-level talents, ordinary people like you can't. It's useless no matter how much money you have, it's better to spend it as soon as possible. Yi Bai couldn't help but frown slightly. He finally understood why Mo Yuan always disliked this second-generation ancestor. What this guy said was really uncomfortable. After Lu Jinghui finished speaking, he didn't want to talk to Yi Bai anymore. He just clapped his hands and shouted to other students, "I have already prepared a buffet inside. Everyone can go in." "Okay, Mr. Lu is here, let's go have a big dinner." Many students knew that Lu Jinghui was the real one, and they hurriedly came over. Only a few were still reluctant to part with Yi Bai's sports car. Lu Jinghui walked up to a female classmate and asked in a low voice, "Have you been asked to contact Qingwan? When will she come?" "She said she would come. But she didn't answer my call just now. I sent her a text message." The female classmate replied. She was somewhat familiar with Lin Qingwan, but she didn't talk about it all the time. That's the extent of what she said, so she could only urge it. As soon as he finished speaking, a black Bentley business car slowly stopped in front of the hotel. The car door opened, and first a slender beautiful leg stepped out, and then a stunning figure slowly stood up and appeared in front of everyone like a fairy. "Lin Qingwan, here we come." The moment Lin Qingwan appeared, she was obviously wearing a long black dress, but she seemed to have light on her body, making everyone feel bright. Her eyes are like autumn waves, and her eyebrows are like green mountain daisy. There is no color on the face, but the lips are red, the teeth are white, and the skin is as white as jade. Always unsmiling, yet breathtaking. Even though they were classmates who had been studying together for several years, when everyone saw this school beauty, it was still as if they were seeing her for the first time, and it was difficult to suppress their surprise. Especially Lu Jinghui. From the moment Lin Qingwan appeared, his eyes seemed to be fixed on Lin Qingwan. His whole body was nailed to the ground and he didn't move for a long time. As a well-known second-generation rich man in Yuncheng, it's not like he has never seen beautiful women, and even small stars have been exposed to them, but there is no one as beautiful as Lin Qingwan. That's why he was willing to lower his status like a licking dog, rack his brains, and do all humble things, just to win Lin Qingwan's attention. It's a pity that he has been working hard for several years but still has not succeeded. Sometimes, Lu Jinghui would feel very frustrated, but every time he saw Lin Qingwan again, it was like getting a new shot of blood. "Xiao Qingwan, I'm here." Just when the whole place was quiet because of Lin Qingwan's arrival, Yi Bai suddenly called out, and then looked at the much-anticipated school beauty with a smile. In the past, he would not have been so high profile. But now his strength is not what it used to be, and not long ago, he even saved the opponent's life. Although Lin Qingwan doesn't know it yet, the world is changing too fast now, and he doesn't know what tomorrow will be like, so why not let go and enjoy yourself in time? After all, he is the only person Lin Qingwan cares about in the class. On the other side, when Lin Qingwan heard this voice, she first steadied herself, then slowly turned back, and with a startled glance, her eyes fell on Yi Bai. Seeing Yi Bai today, she couldn't help but be startled. Today's Yi Bai seems to be completely different. Not only is it a matter of dressing, but also his spirit has changed. His whole person seems to have been completely transformed. Hiss, Xiaobaiza, are you crazy? Are you serious? Mo Yuan, who was next to Yi Bai, looked at his good brother with a shocked expression, as if he was getting to know each other again. You know, not long ago, he and Yi Bai were called baby losers together. Today, this kid has changed his outfit from beginning to end, but now he is actually flirting with the school belle. The other students also had shock on their faces at this time. In the past, Yi Bai was not outstanding in the class in terms of study or family background. Let's put it this way, how could he be better off hanging around with a loser like Mo Yuan all day long? But even if a Ferrari suddenly drove up today, he still calls Lin Qingwan so intimate. Some good people looked meaningfully at Lu Jinghui not far away. This prince of the Lu group was preparing to welcome the arrival of the goddess with a dog-licking look. Hearing Yi Bai's shout behind him, his expression suddenly froze. Even I don't dare to be so presumptuous towards Lin Qingwan. Yi Bai, a nouveau riche who had just gotten lucky recently and made a fortune, how dare he? Come over to me. Yi Bai ignored him. Under the gaze of everyone, he just smiled and waved to Lin Qingwan. He really wanted to see what his status was in this girl's heart. It's okay to be rejected. Again, he is thick-skinned anyway. This guy really has a beautiful idea. You don't think that if you really have a Ferrari, you can become the school belle, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately sneered, and everyone felt a little disapproval for a while. After all, everyone knows very well that Lu Jinghui, who owns not only a Ferrari but also a 5-star hotel, and even an entire group, has never experienced any good results from Lin Qingwan. HMPH. Lu Jinghui even snorted coldly. He originally saw Yi Bai driving a Ferrari over today and gave him a high look. He didn't expect this guy to be so ignorant of himself. In his opinion, not to mention that Yi Bai just made a little fortune, even if the other party really awakens the second-level talent, he still has no qualifications to pursue Lin Qingwan. He has already received the news that this Bingshan school beauty may have awakened a great talent. Even he feels that his future is bleak now. He can only use this class reunion to see each other again. However, what people never expected was, after Yi Bai's voice fell, Lin Qingwan hesitated for a while, and actually walked in the direction of Yi Bai. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, a pair of eyes seemed to be about to fall off, and they widened one by one, just like when they saw a colorful meteor shower for the first time. Everyone thought hard and couldn't figure out how could Lin Qingwan, an iceberg, really listen to Yi Bai's words so much. Is there really some kind of relationship between the two that is not open to outsiders? Impossible. Lu Jinghui felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He even staggered and almost fell to the ground. Then he watched helplessly as his goddess walked past him with complete disregard. Toward the upstart he despised. I said it. I said it. How can you afford to drive a Ferrari? It turns out you are really a fool. Wow, why is God so unfair? I'm not bad either, why don't you have soft food to eat? Mo Yuan staggered back 2 steps, looking mournful and heartbroken. You stay away, don't hinder our show of affection. Yi Bai smiled and whispered. Then he also had a very gentlemanly demeanor, and he greeted Lin Qingwan with a face like a spring breeze. The two of them looked at each other, walked side by side, and walked into the hotel together amidst the roars of the crowd. What's wrong with you? Lin Qingwan asked loudly after walking for a while. Although the two of them usually had a close relationship in private, Yi Bai was never like this on the surface. It's nothing. I just saw that you don't want to be near strangers. You must not be very popular. I was also afraid that you would be alone, so I just volunteered to accompany you. Yi Bai said with a smile. You are the thickest skinned. Lin Qingwan rolled her eyes at him angrily. This look was so charming and beautiful. But in her heart, for some reason, she suddenly felt much more relaxed. Behind them, eyes looked at the backs of the two of them side by side. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, some were envious, some were jealous, some were hateful, filled with all kinds of complex emotions. In fact, ordinary students can tolerate it for a while. After all, they know that Bai Fumei like Lin Qingwan is aloof and out of their reach. The most important thing is Lu Jinghui, the crown prince of the Lu family who is hosting today. The young man is still a bit weak. At this time, he seems to be unable to bear such a blow. With gloomy eyes, he gnashes his teeth and clenches his fists until they crackle. This class reunion is destined to be exciting. With the arrival of Lin Qingwan, a class of classmates also came to the restaurant in 2s and 3s. Although Lu Jinghui himself organized this class reunion for Lin Qingwan, the prince of the Lu family is still very generous. We directly booked the most luxurious banquet hall in the Yundian Hotel. It was magnificent and prepared a variety of fresh delicacies, such as baby green dragon, Arctic shrimp, Arctic clams, king crab and so on. On some tables, hot pots are also prepared, and you can add ingredients by yourself. Wow, so many delicious foods. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your hospitality. Mr. Liu is so generous. It's a great honor to be in the same class as Mr. Liu. It's my first time to come to such a high-end and classy place. It's such a big lobster. This is the first time I've seen it, let alone eaten it. It was the first time for many students to come into contact with this kind of situation, and all of them were grateful and flattering to Lu Jinghui. But it was obvious that Lu Jinghui didn't seem happy about the flattery. He dealt with these students casually, his eyes always falling on Yi Bai and Lin Qingwan. There's really a lot of delicious food. Xiao Qingwan, you sit down first. I'll help you get whatever you want to eat. Yi Bai found a seat by the window and said to Lin Qingwan with a smile. He didn't know that Lu Jinghui thought so much, but he just felt that he had come, and if he didn't eat, he would get nothing. Whatever. Lin Qingwan sat down casually and said lightly. That's right. I forgot that a young lady like you is tired of eating everything, so I'll just grab some. Yi Bai shrugged. He also knew that the Lin family was more powerful than the Lu family, and these things were very useful to them. It's rare for ordinary people, but in Lin Qingwan's eyes, it's just commonplace. I don't eat much and I'm not very interested in eating. Lin Qingwan just said. I understand, you want to remind me that you are easy to support, so I don't have to be afraid, right? Yi Bai blinked and smiled. You are really thick-skinned. Lin Qingwan said angrily. Thank you for the compliment. Yi Bai didn't mind and walked towards the fresh food area in a good mood. Such a scene is exciting to others. No one expected that Yi Bai and Lin Qingwan were actually talking and laughing. Have they ever seen this expression on the Bingshan school beauty? Lu Jinghui's eyes were about to burst into flames. He couldn't figure it out. Obviously, his conditions were hundreds of times better than Yi Bai's, and he had tried his best to please Lin Qingwan, even to the point of being a bit licky in the eyes of outsiders. He couldn't get even a single favor from Lin Qingwan. Pointed eyes. And this Yi Bai, who has no family background at all and speaks impudently, can seem so close to Lin Qingwan. Seeing Yi Bai walking away, he originally wanted to go over and talk to Lin Qingwan, but after struggling for a while, he found that he didn't have the courage at all. Then he gritted his teeth and walked towards Yi Bai. Yi Bai walked to the fresh food area at this time. He suddenly had a bold idea, so he smiled and asked the middle-aged waiter in charge of the fresh food area, Master, I want to eat something fresh, are there any live ones? Fish, shrimp or something? Yes, these 9-section shrimp are alive and can be used to make hot pot. The middle-aged male waiter replied. Okay, give me a pot, I want to live, not die. Yi Bai said directly without being polite. Okay, please wait a moment. The middle-aged waiter knew that today's students were all Xiaodong's classmates, so he didn't dare to neglect, and immediately picked out a bowl of lively 9-section shrimp for Yi Bai. Thank you. Yi Bai was immediately pleased and prepared to take these shrimps to the hot pot. Although these 9-section shrimps are not expensive in the market, the best thing is that they are alive. Yi Bai. At this moment, Lu Jinghui walked towards him, his face obviously not very good looking. What's the matter with Mr. Lu? Yi Bai was a little embarrassed. It seemed a little out of style to bring so many 9-section shrimps at the beginning. What's your relationship with Qingwan? Lu Jinghui asked gloomily. So you ask this. After hearing this, Yi Bai understood and realized the problem. I had indeed been a bit high profile just now, and I was afraid that it might have aroused the jealousy of this second-generation ancestor. Naturally, he also knew that Lu Jinghui liked Lin Qingwan, but Lin Qingwan never even talked to this person. He thought this guy had given up. Now it seems that I still want to continue licking. For the time being, we have nothing to do with each other. Yi Bai thought for a while and said truthfully. He and Lin Qingwan seemed to like each other, but it was obvious that they were not lovers yet. Then stay away from her. Lu Jinghui stared at Yi Bai with a hint of threat. Ha! Yi Bai also noticed Lu Jinghui's hostility, but now that he had his own confidence, he was not afraid of the other party. He directly met the other party's gaze and said softly, Do you live in the sea? It's so lenient. After that, he didn't say much, just passed Lu Jinghui and returned to his seat. Behind Lu Jinghui, his anger level was directly raised to the maximum. He has wanted everything since he was a child. Even if he didn't get a response when he met Lin Qingwan, he never thought that he would be in trouble with Yi Bai. How dare a nouveau riche do this to himself? What did Lu Jinghui tell you? Lin Qingwan also saw the conversation between the two. As soon as Yi Bai returned to his seat, she asked loudly. Guess. Yi Bai smiled casually. If he is not good for you, tell me. Lin Qingwan said seriously. She knew the strength of the Lu family very well. Relax, he didn't do anything against me, it's just that he didn't approve of us being together. Then I scolded him, what the heck, we are a rich woman and a good-looking man, we are a perfect match. When will it be his turn to oppose this monster? Yi Bai laughed. Lin Qingwan just calmed down and didn't make any more noise. Seeing this, Yi Bai was not polite, picked up the plate of 9-section shrimp and prepared to pour it into the hot pot. Sir, do you need me to help you? Seeing this, a waitress quickly came over and asked with a smile on her face. The 5-star service is indeed nothing to say. No, there are some things I like to do by myself. Yi Bai quickly refused. Just kidding, I didn't get the little green dragon emperor crab or anything like that. I got this cheap 9-section shrimp just to kill it myself. How could I borrow it from others? Okay, sir, please feel free to ask me if you need anything. The waiter stepped aside. Then, Yi Bai quickly poured a plate of 9-section shrimp into the hot pot. With this pour, these prawns, which were originally alive and kicking, slowly turned red in the hot pot bottom. Following this, there were also reminders in my mind. That's sour and refreshing. Kill 1 9-seed shrimp and get a Duras gift box, which has been stored in the reserve space. Kill a 9-section shrimp and get 20,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the reserve space. Kill a 9-segmented shrimp and get a toilet seat that helps you defecate. It has been stored in the reserve space. Kill 1 9-section shrimp and get a miso drone, which has been stored in the reserve space. Kill a 9-section shrimp and get a pair of accelerating sneakers. They have been stored in the reserve space. Killed a 9-section shrimp and obtained the air control technique. It has been stored in the reserve space. When he heard the last prompt, Yi Bai suddenly trembled. Surprise! Yi Bai didn't expect that a class reunion would bring out the best. Here, to a certain extent, he would like to thank classmate Lu Jinghui. It provided such a comfortable environment and created such a good opportunity for him to get along with Xiao Qingmaru. He would also like to thank classmate Lin Qingwan, who must be our school belle. Only under the favorable circumstances of the right time, place and people can he unleash this soaring technique. The air control technique, as the name suggests, is a technique that allows him to fly into the air. In other words, he directly obtained a flying talent. Flying talent is the most popular at this stage. Even if he doesn't have flame wings like Seraph, he is still very popular because of his general flying talent. It's like a person with awakened flying talent who was signed by Hungry Mom directly received an annual salary of tens of millions. The girl group must also want such an awakened person. Of course, it is impossible for Yi Bai to deliver food. He can only survive by fighting monsters and using equipment. But that doesn't mean flying is unimportant to him. Apart from anything else, at least if he encounters some mutated creatures that are invincible and unable to fly, he can fly away directly. For example, if he encounters some mutated creatures that he can defeat and can fly, he can also fly to catch up with them. With this soaring technique, the sky is huge and the earth is huge, and it cannot be reached without him. What are you laughing at? Lin Qingwan, who was sitting opposite Yi Bai, suddenly seemed to be giggling when she saw Yi Bai cooking hot pot, and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, I just thought of something fun. Yi Bai came back to his senses, smiled, picked up the boiled 9-section shrimp and put it in a bowl. I tried to eat it, but found that it was so hot that my mouth hurt, so I pushed the bowl directly in front of Lin Qingwan, blinked and said, "It's too hot, please help me cool it down with ice." How do you know that I have the talent of ice and snow? Lin Qingwan did not refuse at the first time, but looked up and asked Yi Bai a question. She vaguely seemed to have thought of something, but she quickly denied it, feeling that not too possible. Ahem. Only then did Yi Bai realize that he was almost exposed. He touched his nose and said nonchalantly, "What secrets can there be in our class? Didn't I just listen to Mo Yuan's loudspeaker? It's not just you. He knows all about who has awakened their talents in the class." Mo Yuan, who was not far away, vaguely felt that Yi Bai was mentioning him, but it didn't seem to be a good thing. He glared at Yi Bai fiercely. Yi Bai naturally pretended not to see it. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist, Amitabha. Lin Qingwan was thoughtful. After hesitating for a while, she stretched out her slender jade fingers and tapped the bowl lightly. Suddenly, a white mist of ice slowly rose up, immediately cooling down the temperature of these scalding 9-section shrimps. I knew you were the best to me, Xiao Qingwan. Yi Bai felt so comfortable, and no one else was treated like this. Ice and snow talent. Hiss, the school beauty has indeed awakened a great talent. Is this the snow awakener? It's amazing. The school beauty used her ice and snow talent to give Yi Bai cold dishes. Nasi, Did this guy Yi Bai save the earth in his previous life? Nah, I can't help it anymore. I have awakened the sea-level talent after all. What level of talent did Yi Bai awaken? Or is it just a matter of survival? And such a scene made some students around them who had been paying attention to their side see it, and all of them suddenly showed extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Not only was she shocked by the magic of Grade AI's talent, but she was also shocked that Lin Qingwan was actually willing to do this for Yi Bai. As for Lu Jinghui, he was so jealous that his eyes were so red that they were bleeding. Have you also awakened your talent? Lin Qingwan retracted her finger, looked up at Yi Bai and asked loudly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I did awaken my talent. Yi Bai didn't hide it and said with a slight smile. I can feel that you are much more confident now. Lin Qingwan said. Don't you always say that I am thick-skinned? Yi Bai said with a smile. Thick-skinned does not mean confidence. Today you made me feel confident. Lin Qingwan said. Well, I think the talent I awakened should be quite good. Yi Bai said casually while peeling a 9-segmented shrimp for Lin Qingwan. Originally, he wanted Lin Qingwan to peel the shrimp for him, but that seemed like he was too arrogant. Lin Qingwan didn't speak, just looked at Yi Bai. Eat, Yi Bai urged with a smile. You eat, I will tell you. Lin Qingwan hesitated for a while, and finally, amidst the attention and howls, she elegantly picked up the peeled 9-section shrimp with chopsticks. Hee. Yi Bai peeled off one for himself with satisfaction, and then said casually and half-truth, actually, it's nothing. My talent is probably that my physical fitness is higher than that of ordinary people. How high? Lin Qingwan asked. Well, it's as high as 3 or 4 floors. Yi Bai said with a smile. If you come to our Lin family, we can continue to develop and improve your talents. Lin Qingwan glanced at Yi Bai again and then said. Hiss, you're not planning to recruit me, are you? My requirements are very high. Yi Bai said pretending to be surprised. What do you want? Lin Qingwan asked. For example, becoming the Lin family's son-in-law or something. Yi Bai spread his hands and said half-jokingly. Lin Qingwan was silent. Don't be angry, it was just a joke. Yi Bai looked slightly embarrassed. You don't meet the expectations of my parents and family now. Lin Qingwan was silent for a long time before saying something. I wanted to add that you have to wait for me, but in the end I couldn't say it. Oh, Yi Bai already understood, but he was arrogant and didn't say much. There are some things that are better said than done. He also knows his current position very well. Only if he stands high enough can his words have weight. Lin Qingwan felt Yi Bai's emotions and hesitated to speak. She wanted to express her feelings, but she didn't have the courage. Between them, the new tree that had just sprouted seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds and the sunlight was dim. Right now, thump 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 thump, everyone was about to eat when a classmate from the class suddenly stood up. Everyone, look here. Today our classmates are gathered here to eat and drink well. I suggest, how about everyone show off their talents? If everyone sees it right, we can communicate more and cooperate more in the future. If there is someone good, maybe Mr. Lu and School Bell Lin will take notice and join a big group. Okay, I agree. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately turned to him, and they were warmly welcomed. Let me show my shame first. The first person to come out was a male classmate who could change the color of his skin. He first turned his whole body into black, so black that only his teeth could be seen. Then, amid everyone's cheers, she turned completely white, even whiter than Lin Qingwan. In addition, he can actually turn into blue, red, and various colors, which is amazing. Unfortunately, I can only change the color of my skin, which has no effect. In the end, this classmate still seemed a little depressed. With non-combat talents, once the world changes, he can only use it for entertainment. Not necessarily, you can be a spy. Someone comforted him. Then, some students also showed talents such as hair lengthening, instant height growth, and continuous farting. Most of the students actually have this kind of non-combat talent, which is of little use. Only a few have combat capabilities. One of them became so powerful that he could even lift hundreds of pounds with one hand. A classmate's teeth and nails can grow longer and sharper, giving him a certain amount of attack power. A classmate's skin has become very tough and will not bleed even if he is stabbed with a knife. However, if the force is too strong, For example, if the student with a talent for increasing strength is stabbed, he will bleed. The most eye-catching one is Liu Jinghui. Although he had taken a video and sent it to the group before, but now watching it live, everyone realized how terrifying the speed of his punches was. The sound of bursts of air-piercing sounds, like explosions, aroused everyone's exclamation and envy. Unfortunately, Lin Qingwan still didn't get much attention, which made Liu Jinghui feel depressed and boring again. Yi Bai watched for a while and then quietly touched Mo Yuan's side. "Didn't you say you had a secret to tell me last night? What exactly was it?" He touched Mo Yuan's shoulder with his shoulder and asked with a smile. "Oh, you are an inhumane guy of the opposite gender, do you still remember me?" Mo Yuan glanced at Lin Qingwan from a distance, looking arrogant. "Are you jealous? Are you gay? Don't mess with me." Yi Bai pretended to be surprised. "Bah, you're gay." Mo Yuan's face twitched, and then he realized that something was wrong with his reaction, and he hit Yi Bai's shoulder hard. "Tell me, I'm listening." Yi Bai was indeed a little curious. "HMPH, originally I was afraid of hitting you, but now that you are a Ferrari and a soft-boiled person, I guess you are not afraid of being hit anymore." Mo Yuan continued to be arrogant. "I won't pretend anymore, I'm showing off my cards." Quote, "Could it be that you have awakened a great talent?" Yi Bai was a little surprised, he didn't see it at all. "Hehe, it's indeed an incredible talent." At this point, Mo Yuan felt a little proud. He looked around furtively. When he saw that no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice and said, "Do you think I'm interested?" "Puff, why the hell am I looking at you? I treat you as a brother. Are you really gay? I'm telling you, I'm not." Yi Bai almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. What's even more embarrassing is that Mo Yuan, seeing that no one is paying attention, has the intention of opening his pants. "No, my talent is really different." Mo Yuan looked a little embarrassed and whispered, "It's because I can become very hard, harder than iron." "Me too. I get up every day and I'm shocked. Did I tell you everywhere? Can you please give me some face?" Yi Bai's face twitched and he was speechless. "I dare to cut it with a knife, do you dare?" Mo Yuan said unconvinced. What the hell? Are you serious?" Yi Bai was a little doubtful, but this talent was indeed amazing. "Why am I lying to you? It's really like iron. I tried cutting it with a kitchen knife and it was fine." Mo Yuan was a little proud and helpless, but this is not a fighting talent, it is of no use. "You have a real D-level talent." Yi Bai looked playful. This guy is usually not serious. Unexpectedly, he awakened a talent that is even more irregular. Then he comforted him and said, "It can't be said that it's useless. There was a guy named Lao Eyes, it is said that the thing can turn the wheel, and later he reached the pinnacle of life by conquering the Queen Mother. Why do I remember that his back was torn apart by a car?" Mo Yuan even wanted to cry without tears. Don't worry about these details." Yi Bai thought about it for a while, thought of a possibility, and asked, "Do you feel it? Have you tried transferring or controlling it?" "What do you mean?" Mo Yuan was startled. "What I mean is, if you can transfer this hardness to your fist or other places, it will become a fighting talent." Yi Bai said, "Of course, I just think it is possible, but it may not work." Quote, "Can it still be like this?" Mo Yuan thought thoughtfully and tried to control it. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he stood up and looked at his fists in surprise. "I seem to have succeeded. It really can be done. Ciao, Yi Bai, you are really my lucky star." "No, my savior, my god. Is your fist hardened?" Yi Bai asked. If this is the case, it proves that he guessed right. Mo Yuan's talent is actually to make certain parts of the body harden, but this guy has evil intentions and went to that place first. Smash it and see. Mo Yuan clenched his fist, raised it in front of Yi Bai, and said confidently. Yi Bai took a look and could see that there was indeed something different on it. This guy's skin seemed to have a luster as hard as diamonds. "Then let me try." Then he raised his fist and smashed it hard. Bang! This blow directly knocked Mo Yuan's fist and his entire body to the ground, and even cracked a big hole in the floor. "What the hell?" Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment. "What the hell kind of power do you have? A punch that strong." Cough. Yi Bai coughed twice, and then he remembered that because of practicing the Shaolin breathing technique, his current physical fitness is not what it used to be. He just punched lightly, and Mo Yuan couldn't bear it. However, This test can indeed test that Mo Yuan's fist is very hard. He knew very well that the power of his punch could break even rocks, but Mo Yuan didn't do anything at all and just smashed the floor. What happened? Mo Yuan, what did you do? Did you demolish Mr. Lu's hotel? No, Mo Yuan, have you awakened your talent too? Is this a fighting talent? It actually made holes in the floor. Mo Yuan is so awesome. Such a big movement immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people, and many eyes came over. Mo Yuan was startled at first, then straightened his back and said proudly, "That's right. I've also awakened my talent. My talent is Iron Fist. It's a fighting talent." After saying that, he felt that he was not cool enough, so he simply picked up a table knife on the table nearby. Then, under everyone's surprised gazes, he thrust his fist fiercely. As a result, the table knife was bent and not even a trace was left on his fists, which is enough to prove that the hardness of his iron fists is indeed very strong. Even Lin Qingwan, who was a little disapproving at first, couldn't help but be a little surprised at this time. Judging from his experience, Mo Yuan's talent is at least AC level talent, and may even be AB level talent like him. He is very worthy of being attracted by the Lu family. However, he and Mo Yuan never met each other very well. HMPH, Mo Yuan has not found a job since graduation, so he must be very short of money. But Lin Qingwan soon gained confidence. He did not believe that the other party could resist the temptation of money. Especially when he saw his friend Yi Bai driving a Ferrari. Mo Yuan, you have a good talent. I invite you to join our group. So, he walked directly to Mo Yuan and said loudly, "You can rest assured about the treatment. Whatever Yi Bai has, I guarantee that you will get it." Hiss. As soon as he said this, he was immediately greeted with envious looks from his classmates. Yi Bai just picked up a Ferrari. In other words, as long as Mo Yuan is willing to join the Lu group, he can get the same sports car immediately. Is it such a big deal? Hearing this, Mo Yuan couldn't help but be startled, but he didn't expect that the talent he thought was useless would suddenly become so valuable. Even Lin Qingwan, who had always disliked him, came to recruit him. Of course, he also knew very well that he was able to receive this treatment thanks to Yi Bai's reminder. Therefore, he turned his attention to Yi Bai. "Look at what I'm doing. You must decide for yourself," Yi Bai said with a smile. In fact, in the coming era of great changes, joining a big force is indeed a good place. At least there will be a big tree to enjoy the shade. But, he still likes to be a little more free. Ha ha. Mo Yuan rolled his eyes, then suddenly laughed boldly, put his arm around Yi Bai's shoulders and said, "I appreciate Mr. Lu's kindness. But your Lu group has a great cause, and I, Mo Yuan, it's still too high to reach. I think it's better to follow my brother Yi from now on." Yi Bai, I never said I wanted to hang out with you. HMPH. Lin Qingwan felt humiliated by being rejected in public. He glanced at Yi Bai gloomily and turned around to leave the venue. Not only women are snatching away, but now men are also snatching away. Today's Yi Bai can be said to have a lot of hatred in his heart. What does this have to do with me? You're harming me. Yi Bai felt confused. He was shot while lying down, so he pushed Mo Yuan away and said angrily, "Are you messing with me? I don't have any clique. You've already driven a Ferrari. I don't believe you can't support me. I have a hunch that following you is much better than following Lin Qingwan. And now I'm not a useless person. Even Lin Qingwan is greedy for my iron fist, so I can definitely help." "You're busy," Mo Yuan said with a smile. In fact, he had also thought about it. Just when Yi Bai punched him just now, he felt that Yi Bai must be hiding something. This guy must be hiding deep. You must be right to follow Yi Bai. I don't have any problem that I need your help with. Yi Bai was speechless. "Don't worry, I won't embarrass you." Mo Yuan put his arm around Yi Bai's shoulders and said, "We, brothers, want to carve out a big world in this world of great changes." But Mo Yuan's words had just finished. Mutated creature. A mutated creature has broken in. At this moment, a classmate suddenly shouted in horror. Mutated creatures. As soon as this shout came out, the entire banquet hall couldn't help but panic. Although no one has actually seen mutant creatures, they have also seen online introductions and some videos about mutant creatures, and it is clear how difficult these mutant creatures are to deal with. They even saw some mutated creatures whose defenses were difficult to break with heavy weapons. They were all just students who had just graduated. They were unarmed and few had fighting talent. They were no different when encountering mutated creatures than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Why are there mutated creatures here? A classmate asked. It is said that it came out from the seafood area. Someone opened the water tank sent from abroad, and then a mutant lobster jumped out of it. It is said to be bigger than an elephant. It has killed 2 chefs and is now they are running around in the hotel and killing everyone they see. The classmate who reported the news said with lingering fear, "Now I just hope that this mutated lobster won't find it here so quickly. It's actually shipped from abroad. It can't be from Sakura country, right? Could this be intentional?" Sure enough, the imperialists are determined to destroy me. What should we do now? Can we run now? How to run? What if I encounter that big lobster just after running out? I guess we might as well hide. Why don't we go out and fight with him? We also have a lot of awakened talents, so many people are afraid of a lobster. Forget it, didn't you see the video in the group chat last night? That mutated wild boar is so ferocious that bullets can't even penetrate its skin. How can we people fight against it? Suddenly, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. Everyone, don't panic, stay back and don't get close to the gate. I've called for support. At this moment, Lin Qingwan, who had already fought against the mutated creatures, stood up and said. She had already informed her third uncle Lin Qicheng just now. As long as the third uncle brings people over, plus the people from the Lu family, dealing with a mutated lobster should not be a big problem. Under her organization, all the students finally calmed down a bit and retreated to the corners of the banquet hall one by one. Lin Qingwan herself stood at the front with a few people with fighting talents. If the mutant lobster came in, they would stall for time. Brother Yi, are mutant creatures powerful? Do you think my iron fist can handle them? Although Mo Yuan had awakened his talent, he had no actual combat experience, so he still looked panicked. Calm down, I, Xiao Qingwan, am in front of me to hold you back. Yi Bai, an expert in art, was brave and said quite relaxedly. After practicing the Shaolin breathing technique during this period, plus possessing the extraordinary alloy knife, the subtle body method and the powerful bull demon fist, even if he does not need the Shaolin bow, he feels that he should have no problem dealing with ordinary low-level mutated creatures. And with the support of Lin Qingyan, a great talent, he is a sure shot. Hiss. Brother Yi is awesome. He can still be so calm at this time. Is this the style of a general? You are right to follow me, Brother Yi. Seeing Yi Bai's reaction, Mo Yuan calmed down a little. Lin Qingwan, who was in front, seemed to have heard Yi Bai's words and looked back. She didn't seem to have expected that Yi Bai would behave like this at this time. Yi Bai took the opportunity to wink at the other party. Be careful and don't show off if you get into a fight. Lin Qingyan whispered. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Yi Bai just smiled calmly. Brother Yi is awesome. The school beauty actually cares about you so much. You are really taking advantage of her. Mo Yuan on the side felt envious. Everyone was standing together. Why didn't the school beauty tell him to be careful? Don't do anything basic, Yi Baiyun said calmly. Bang! At this moment, the door of the banquet hall, which had become quiet, suddenly opened. Everyone was so frightened that they felt like they were facing an enemy. However, it was soon discovered that Lu Jinghui, who had just left, came in. He probably also discovered the danger outside and chose to return here. Mr. Lu, what's going on outside? A classmate asked quickly. There is more than one mutated creature. There are 2 mutated lobsters, which have killed dozens of people. Lu Jinghui looked ugly, and said with lingering fear as he closed the door, one of them was temporarily held back by our people, but there is another missing. There are actually 2. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The appearance of one mutated creature is already terrifying, but now that 2 of them appear together, the level of terror increases tenfold. Everyone was also glad that they didn't run out. If they had run out just now, the chance of death would probably be higher. Even Lin Qingyan's expression changed a little. She had personally dealt with mutant creatures, and she knew very well how difficult it was for humans to deal with a mutant creature at this stage. These 2 mutated creatures would not be easy to deal with even if all the Lin family's armed forces were deployed. Now that 2 mutant lobsters have appeared in this crowded hotel, when her Lin family members arrive, hundreds of people will probably die. Once they escape into a busy city, the consequences will be disastrous. Ah, there is a mutated lobster outside. Just when everyone was already panicking, a classmate suddenly screamed. Hiss. When everyone followed the sound, they all gasped and their hair stood on end. Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass on the side of the banquet hall, I saw a large lobster that was 7 or 8 meters long and 2 or 3 meters high. It was dressed in black and red iron armor and was slowly approaching the glass with 2 large pliers. It seemed that it could see the humans inside through the glass. However, this mutant lobster seems to be a little unfamiliar with glass. Grr, grr, grr. It first raised the lobster claws and put it on the floor-to-ceiling glass window to test it, making a harsh sound as if it was scraping the glass with a knife. The lantern-like triangular eyes were also attached to the glass, looking inside sharply. Everyone, please be silent, Lin Qingwan whispered. Everyone just covered their mouths, held their breath, and remained motionless. The shouting outside was very noisy, which made the banquet hall extremely quiet, like a dead thing. Everyone was praying that this big guy wouldn't come in and leave as soon as possible. After a while, the mutated lobster slowly retreated, as if it felt that the people inside had stopped moving. Coupled with the barrier of the floor-to-ceiling glass, it was confused and wanted to leave. Everyone watched the lobster's movements intently. Seeing that his figure was about to disappear around the corner, he let out a long sigh of relief. Boom! At this moment, I don't know who or where, suddenly a glass was touched, fell to the ground and suddenly broke. The sound resounded throughout the banquet hall. The mutant lobster was about to leave. Suddenly, as if he had been awakened, the backward figure suddenly returned, accelerated forward, and directly hit the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the banquet hall. Wow! The sound of broken floor-to-ceiling glass windows was heard, and a ferocious mutant lobster, like a terrifying demon, raised its giant claws and rushed towards the crowd. Ah, it's coming in. Seeing the mutated lobster rushing in, everyone turned pale with fright. This is like eating barbecue on the roadside, and suddenly a murderer comes with a knife and cuts everywhere. For ordinary people, this will definitely cause a panic from deep inside. What's more, this mutated lobster is thousands of times scarier than a murderer with a knife. The murderer may not be able to kill you with a single blow, but as long as this mutated lobster swings its iron pincers casually, the human body will be as fragile as tofu in front of it. It can even be seen that the iron tongs are still flowing with red blood, which obviously belongs to other killed humans. What should I do? Panic spread among the crowd, and everyone's hearts were filled with uneasiness. Well, this mutated lobster, after mutating, has an instinct to kill. Seeing this group of living humans, it suddenly became violent. A low roar came out, and it was seen rushing forward very quickly. Students who are not gifted in combat, spread out to both sides. Students who are gifted in combat, stand behind me. Lin Qingwan spoke up at this time. As soon as her voice fell, the temperature in the banquet hall suddenly dropped as if winter was coming. The ground where the mutated lobster was advancing froze instantly. This caused the lobster to slip under its feet and slow down significantly. Other students also took this opportunity and dispersed to both sides in panic. There were only 5 or 6 classmates left standing behind Lin Qingwan, including Lu Jinghui, Mo Yuan, Yi Bai, and several classmates who had shown fighting talents before. One has stronger strength than ordinary people, one has teeth and nails that can become sharp, and another has strong skin that can withstand knife stabs without bleeding. But it seemed that, except for Lin Qingwan and Yi Bai, everyone else, including Lu Jinghui, was obviously very nervous. Brother Yi, do you think we can withstand it? Mo Yuan swallowed his saliva and became even more panicked. What are you afraid of? With your talent, you can kill people and kill birds in the sky. Yi Bai said with a meaningful smile. Mo Yuan. While the two were talking, Lin Qingwan on the other side was using her talent with all her strength. As the temperature of the banquet hall dropped sharply again, even Yi Bai felt a little cold. Those students who had no fighting talent in the distance were even shivering from the cold. When he was hunting mutant lizards in the valley before, because Yi Bai was far away, the feeling was not that strong. Only now did he feel more clearly the horror of Lin Qingwan's talent. And he vaguely felt that Lin Qingwan's talent and control ability seemed to be stronger than when he was in the valley. Then, he saw that the mutated lobster's iron pincers were frozen on the ground by ice. The mutated lobster angrily tried to pull it out, but failed. Yi Bai remembered that it took a lot of effort for Lin Qingwan to freeze the mutated lizard's feet before, and she even felt weak. However, Lin Qingwan didn't seem to feel this way now, and seemed to be able to do it with ease. Could it be that the awakened talent can continue to be improved? He secretly speculated, because it was still the beginning of the great change, and a lot of news had not spread yet, especially for someone like him who had no money and no power, and basically had no channels to obtain secrets. I can't freeze it for long, so you take action and see if you can seriously injure it. Lin Qingwan said loudly. Hearing this, Mo Yuan glanced at Yi Bai. Do it. Yi Bai nodded. I'll fight you, Mo Yuan yelled, but as a natural comedian, he stumbled forward just after shouting and almost fell. After standing firm, he took a breath and rushed towards the mutant lobster. Boom! After rushing to the big lobster, he concentrated all his hardness into one punch and hit the mutated lobster's body hard. The two collided, making a sound like a symphony of gold and iron. Then everyone discovered that a large piece of the mutant lobster's hard shell was dented. It can be seen that the hardness of Mo Yuan's punch is still very strong, but the shell of the mutant lobster is even harder, which does not cause any damage at all. Is this a lobster or a turtle? Why is the shell so hard? Mo Yuan shouted in annoyance. Fortunately, the lobster was still frozen by Lin Qingwan, so he punched again and continued to attack. Let's do it too. Kill it. Lu Jinghui didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Qingwan and so many classmates. At this time, he bravely shouted and rushed over with several other classmates. Bang 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 bang. Lu Jinghui on the other side took action for the first time, hitting the shell of the mutated lobster with dozens of punches in 1 second. The power caused was much stronger than Mo Yuan's. Unfortunately, it only flattened the shell of the mutated lobster, which caused a little damage. There was green shrimp blood flowing out, but it was not enough to cause serious injury. Several other students did not perform as well as Mo Yuan. Abdomen. Yi Bai suddenly narrowed his eyes and reminded him. But this mutated lobster was fixed to the ground by Lin Qingwan, which happened to hide the weak spot in its abdomen. It's about to break free, be careful. Lin Qingwan, who was not far away, heard this and understood. Seeing that the mutated lobster was about to come out of her frozen control, she hesitated for a while and did not continue to control it. Woo! Vaguely, I heard the mutated lobster making a sound, and then with a bang sound, the ice block that had frozen it was torn apart by it, and it regained its freedom. After the pair of iron pliers were released, it turned around and pinched Mo Yuan, who was closest to it, with the pliers. Mo Yuan was shocked and quickly wanted to dodge, but the mutant lobster was too fast and he couldn't make it in time. Seeing that the pliers were about to pinch him in half, he was so scared that he closed his eyes on the spot. It's already this time, why are you still dazed? At this moment, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Brother Yi is awesome. Mo Yuan fell to the ground, but his face was overjoyed. At the critical moment, it was indeed Yi Bai who saved him. He knew that this guy was hiding deeply. When he went to see Yi Bai again, he found that Yi Bai had helped him resist the iron pincer attack of the mutated lobster. The mutated lobster's iron claws hit the floor hard, and a large piece of the floor was broken, causing smoke, dust, and rocks to fly everywhere. When Mo Yuan got closer, some sand and stones hit his face, which was burning and painful. But he couldn't care less. Looking at the handsome figure dealing with the mutated lobster, he felt his blood boiling. The movements of the mutated lobster were not unpleasant, but Yi Bai could always easily avoid them by using subtle movements. This made the mutated lobster fight more and more aggressively, and all its hatred fell on Yi Bai, chasing him and attacking. Don't be stunned. I'll attract its attention, and you can look for opportunities to attack its belly. Yi Bai actually had never used the subtle body technique to fight against enemies, but when he learned this body technique, the experience seemed to come naturally to him. He performed it without any hindrance. And in this battle, he happened to increase the actual combat experience that he lacked most at this stage. Yi Bai is so powerful. After hearing this, everyone woke up from a dream. The scene just now was indeed quite impactful to everyone. Everyone has witnessed the horror of this mutated lobster, but no one thought that Yi Bai could actually make this lobster spin around with his own strength. This speed and reaction ability are obviously stronger than those of ordinary awakened combat talents. Could it be that Yi Bai awakened his talent for speed? With such a fast speed, he is probably at least a second-level talent. Some people speculate, it's so powerful, no wonder he can afford a Ferrari. This talent is not worse than Lin Qingwan's, and second only to Lin's Class A Ice and Snow talent. Some people are envious. Everyone, come together. After Mo Yuan received Yi Bai's call, he gained a lot of courage. He raised his iron-hard fist again and rushed towards the mutated lobster. How could he have such a strong talent? Lin Qingwan's eyes darkened and his heart sank. At first, he thought that Yi Bai really just made a fortune and didn't awaken any talents, but now it seems that he was obviously prevaricating or even teasing himself. How abominable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished that Yi Bai would be pinched to death by the claws of this mutated lobster. However, now that everyone is working together to deal with this mutant lobster, he can't do it too obviously, and if the lobster kills Yi Bai, he might also be in danger. He could only grit his teeth, put his hatred in his heart, and quickly rushed forward with Mo Yuan. With Yi Bai's reminder, several people looked for opportunities to continuously attack the belly of the mutated lobster. The defense on the belly of this mutated lobster is indeed much weaker than the shell on its body. Under the attacks of several people, Lin Qingwan finally found an opportunity. In 3 seconds, more than 100 punches were fired, all in one place, creating a large hole in the mutant lobster's abdomen, with large amounts of green-blue lobster blood flowing out inside. Okay, Mr. Liu is great, as expected of a second-level talent. He fired more than 100 punches in 3 seconds, which is too strong. Thanks to Yi Bai for diverting the mutant lobster's attention, Lin Qingwan had the opportunity to attack. Some students who saw this scene from a distance cheered. The injury to the mutated lobster aroused its ferocity even more, and a pair of giant claws swept directly along the semicircle around him. There was a burst of crackling, and all the luxuriously decorated floors were swept away into rubble, which bounced around like bullets. Lin Qingwan and Mo Yuan, who originally wanted to continue the attack, were about to be swept away. At this time, Yi Bai stood up again. He flashed, quickly blocked the giant pincer, and then pushed forward with both hands. A huge force came towards him, and his feet were in close contact with the ground. Because of this huge force, they were constantly rubbing against the ground, making a harsh friction sound, and there was also a faint smoke coming out. Then, everyone was shocked to see it again. After being pushed back several meters, Yi Bai managed to stabilize his body in front of Mo Yuan and Lin Qingwan. The giant claws of this mutated lobster were actually resisted by him with both hands. Didn't Yi Bai awaken his talent for speed? What's going on with this power? All the students couldn't help but take a breath, feeling a little subverted. How could a person who was already so fast be so powerful? He even clearly surpassed the classmate in the class who had awakened his talent for strength. What talent has he awakened? Lin Qingwan behind him was even more stunned on the spot. Yi Bai's speed was beyond his expectation, and he didn't expect that his strength was so terrifying. In front of his second-level talent, I don't have any sense of superiority, and even feel a little disappointed. Brother Yi. Mo Yuan's eyes lit up. He had just intuitively felt that Yi Bai was hiding a lot, but he didn't expect that Brother Yi could hide it so deeply. At first, he was worried that his awakening talent would affect Yi Bai. Now that he thought about it, he was really too young and naive. With this speed and this power, he was barely hit. However, Brother Yi should also be envious of my talent. Then he tried to comfort himself. Lin Qingwan's eyes suddenly flickered a little. Yi Bai's strength exceeded her expectations. Such strength was probably not comparable to many in the entire Cloud City. But she didn't think much about it, because now was the best time to kill this mutated lobster. On the other side, the mutated lobster became even more violent because Yi Bai blocked the giant claw. Regardless of it, he raised the other giant claw and was about to smash it at Yi Bai. Also take advantage of this time. Lin Qingwan once again tried her best to activate her talent, and a sharp ice pick suddenly appeared in the abdomen of the mutated lobster, and it appeared just under the wound caused by Lin Qingwan just now. The next moment, the ice pick penetrated directly into the mutated lobster's wound, and continued to penetrate deeper until all its blood was frozen. Woo! The mutated lobster made a cry-like sound in pain, and it was obvious that he was dying. Yi Bai made a quick decision at this time, rushed over and punched the wound again. Last hit. The mutated lobster was already on its last legs. After struggling for a while, its pair of iron pincers began to become weak, and finally its entire body gradually collapsed to the ground. It didn't take long for him to lose his breath. Ding! Kill a mutated lobster and get 100 pounds of gold and some hard materials. At the same time, there was a notification sound. I only gave a little gold as a gift. 100 pounds should be worth at least 20 million at the current price of gold. There are also some materials, which seem to be okay. I just don't know what they are for yet. Yi Bai is not very familiar with the market. I'm not very good at math, but knowing that the price of gold has increased since the world began to change, it should be quite valuable. But this is naturally not what he wants most urgently now. It can only be said to be a consolation prize. Of course, he also understands that a high explosion rate means that he will be rewarded every time he kills a monster or even an ant, but it does not mean that every reward will be exactly what he needs. Otherwise, even if he is a true legend, other players will not use it. Played. Just like a certain card drawing game, no matter how good you are, you will always miss 1 or 2 sevens or 2. Dead. Seeing the mutated lobster fall, other students began to ask nervously. Dead. Mo Yuan boldly went over and punched the mutated lobster a few more times. When he found that the big guy was indeed completely motionless, he said loudly and affirmatively. Very good. Thanks to School Bell Lin, Mr. Liu, Yi Bai and the others this time. Mo Yuan, Yang Kong, Tian Yisheng, Lu Guiyu, Peng Jiawei and others also contributed. I really didn't expect that this mutated creature would be so difficult to deal with. If ordinary people like us encountered it, we would be dead. Hearing this, everyone suddenly let out a long breath, feeling like they were surviving a disaster. However, Lin Qingwan was severely exhausted due to activating her talent. At this time, she felt a little dizzy and unsteady on her feet. Yi Bai quickly ducked back to Lin Qingwan and supported him. He was so weak after fighting for a while. It seemed that this silly girl's actual combat experience was not much better than his, and she still needed more practice. Ah! At this moment, someone in the banquet hall, which had been quiet, suddenly screamed in fright. Another one is here. Mo Yuan looked at the voice and suddenly felt goosebumps rising. He swallowed his saliva and said to Yi Bai with difficulty. Lu Jinghui just said that this time there are 2 mutant lobsters. But no one expected that after they finally solved one of them after a lot of effort, the other one actually came too. You know, their main force, Lin Qingwan, who has great a talent, is now so weak that she needs help. Everyone else looked exhausted. How to deal with the next one? Everyone can't imagine it. What should I do? Looking at the terrifying creature getting closer and closer, he was about to notice this place. For a moment, the entire banquet hall fell into an atmosphere of despair. If you have the chance, go ahead and ignore me. Lin Qingyuan bit her silver teeth and whispered to Yi Bai. She knew that with the speed Yi Bai showed just now, it would not be difficult to escape on her own. She was afraid that Yi Bai would be dragged down by her. However, Yi Bai suddenly smiled relaxedly at this time. The close combat just now can be said to have established his confidence, and he also roughly understood where his combat effectiveness level was. In addition, the mutant lobster was only a consolation prize. Now that another one was delivered to his door, there was no reason for him to miss it. Next, leave it to me. What is Yi Bai going to do? Does he want to deal with this mutated lobster alone? Are you kidding? This mutated lobster is so strong, how could Yi Bai alone? Yi Bai is too great. Is he going to sacrifice himself to let us go first? Wouldn't it be a good idea for us to leave now? But if we don't leave, wouldn't it be a failure of Yi Bai's good intentions? Seeing this scene, the students were frightened and very hesitant. We are all classmates, once passionate young people, and many of us fantasize about sharing weal and woe. Some people have begun to learn the cruelty of society and choose to take the first step. No one thought that Yi Bai could deal with this second mutated lobster by himself. Everyone has just seen how powerful this mutant lobster is. Although the speed and strength shown by Yi Bai surprised the students, it was just now that everyone tried their best and relied on Lin Qingwan's great talent to defeat him. That mutated lobster kills. How could Yi Bai do it alone? As the second mutated lobster got closer and closer, more and more people were frightened and wanted to run away. The terrifying pressure of the Big Mac was simply unbearable for these graduates who had just emerged from society. Even if they didn't turn around and run away, no one would dare to follow Yi Bai and step forward to fight. Brother Yi, what are you going to do? Why don't you let me hold you for a while, and you can leave first? At this time, only Mo Yuan rushed up with a sense of loyalty, his eyes red, and asked to change places with Yi Bai. Okay, I'll be fine. You take the students and leave first, don't worry about me. Yi Bai waved his hand in a relaxed manner, letting Mo Yuan go first. This guy has this kind of heart, which has already moved him a little. After all, he knew very well that Mo Yuan was afraid of death. As he spoke, the second mutant lobster was getting closer and closer. Fortunately, there was a large corridor at the beginning, so there were many obstacles when rushing over, which gave everyone some time to retreat. But if we don't leave now, it's really too late. Then let's go first. Yi Bai, be careful. The other students heard Yi Bai say this, and under the leadership of some people, they began to leave from the other door. After all, they knew that it was useless to stay. Now of the two mutated lobsters, one has been killed and the other is blocked by Yi Bai, which means it is safe outside. Mo Yuan saw that Yi Bai looked disgusted with him and knew that his strength was limited, so he had no choice but to start evacuating the crowd. Not long after, most of the students had left quickly. They admire Yi Bai, but between life and death, few people dare to have the courage to die together. What they thought they could do was that if Yi Bai died, they would donate a sum of money to Yi Bai's parents and spend some time in the future commemorating this heroic classmate. In the end, only Mo Yuan and Lin Qingwan were left here, watching Yi Bai fight with the second mutant lobster from a distance. Mo Yuan originally wanted to persuade Lin Qingwan to leave, but Lin Qingwan said that she could help Yi Bai as long as she took a rest. As for Lu Jinghui, after hesitating for a while, he also chose to leave decisively. At this stage, he also did not believe that Yi Bai could deal with this second mutated lobster. It would be very dangerous for him to stay here. What's more, it's obvious that Lin Qingwan and Mo Yuan can't become his own people. He has no reason to stay here and accompany them to death. Yi Bai, better to be dead. Not only was Lu Jinghui not grateful at all for Yi Bai's behavior of staying here to block the second mutated lobster, but he was even more resentful. This guy just has better luck. Why would even Lin Qingwan with such a noble status be willing to stay here and accompany him in adventure? Brother Yi, I am with you. At this moment, Mo Yuan shouted loudly, almost causing the mutated lobster to rush toward him. Okay, stop shouting, just watch carefully. Seeing this, Yi Bai changed his evasive attitude and stepped forward to pull back the hatred. Then he arched his body like a bull, his fist emitted golden light, and punched the mutated lobster's body. Powerful bull demon fist. This punch directly hit the mutant lobster's hard armor. Snapped. The lobster armor was so hard that it was difficult for Lu Jinghui to hit it with more than 100 punches in 3 seconds. Yi Bai's punch actually hit the mutated lobster's body directly. Blue lobster blood shot out directly. Hiss. Is this your true strength, Brother Yi? This is too fierce. Seeing this scene, Mo Yuan couldn't help but take a breath and stared in disbelief. He knew that Yi Bai was very strong, but he never imagined that the other party would be so strong. How strong is the leather armor on this mutated lobster? His iron fist has already been tested. He tried his best to barely make some marks on it. Now Yi Bai can actually destroy this lobster armor directly. Even Lin Qingwan couldn't help but look a little surprised. She had already made a high evaluation of Yi Bai's talent, but she didn't expect that Yi Bai had hidden something just now. In this situation, it seems that Yi Bai alone can deal with a mutated lobster. The presence of other people just now made him restrained. On the other side, after being punched by Yi Bai, the mutated lobster immediately went crazy and hurriedly smashed at Yi Bai with a pair of giant pincers. Yi Bai didn't panic. After practicing the subtle body technique, the warrior's reaction ability can be enhanced. In close combat, he can dodge better and safely according to the environment and attacks. Quickly, He avoided the blow and ducked to the other side of the mutated lobster. Boom! Another punch. The powerful bull demon fist can be opened and closed widely. Each punch can further stimulate the power factor hidden in the body. It can be said that the more you fight, the stronger you become. This punch also hit the mutated lobster, causing blood to splash everywhere. Boom, 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 boom. Then, Yi Bai didn't stop, and continued to punch one after another, as if he was treating it as a sandbag for practicing martial arts, falling on every part of the mutated lobster's body like a violent storm. Not long after, the big guy like a hill was smashed with big holes all over his body, and the blood of mutated green-blue shrimps flowed all over the floor. This is real close combat. Such a scene shocked Mo Yuan and Lin Qingwan, who were watching from a distance. There are probably not many awakened people in the country who have such terrifying strength. Boom! At the last moment, Yi Bai jumped up high and punched the mutated lobster's head directly, like a meteor from the sky. Puff! The slightly warm mutated shrimp blood was sprayed on Yi Bai's face. Yi Bai felt a little sticky. With a gentle swipe, his face turned blue. Then he jumped down majestically on the mutated lobster's body, looking like a demon. Ding! Kill a mutant lobster and get. At the same time, there are also tips for killing mutant lobsters. Kill a mutated lobster and obtain the practice method, Big Thunder sound breathing technique, which has been stored in the reserve space. The voice in his mind made Yi Bai feel happy. He didn't expect that in addition to Xiao Leiyan's breathing method, there was actually Big Leiyan. As the name suggests, no need to look at it, Big Leiyan is definitely more powerful than Little Leiyan. There is no doubt that this reward is many times better than the consolation prize just now. Double the surprise. But at this time, Yi Bai didn't have time to check this breathing method. Brother Yi, my hero, my god. Seeing that the mutated lobster had been beaten to death, Mo Yuan immediately rushed over with great excitement and hugged Yi Bai fiercely. Okay, I have serious doubts about your orientation now, stay away from me. Yi Bai pushed him away angrily, and this guy hugged him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Hee, I'm sorry, I can't help it, you know. Brother Yi, you are really awesome. Mo Yuan laughed, then he walked over and looked at the mutated lobster's body, exclaiming as he looked at it. Oh my god, it's hard for me to leave a mark on this mutated lobster, but you can actually beat it so hard that it's covered in blood. Brother Yi, you are such a humanoid monster, so rough and violent, I love it. On the other side, Lin Qingwan finally regained some energy and strength. After walking over and seeing the mutated lobster's body, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Just now I couldn't see clearly because I was far away, but now I can see how terrifying the damage Yi Bai caused was. Such domineering power was unheard of even to her. She must also admit that killing a mutated monster with one person's power is something she, even with a greater talent, cannot do for the time being. Not only did Yi Bai do it, he also used his absolute strength to beat the mutated lobster to death. However, there are rumors that his elemental talent is extremely malleable, and his development potential is much greater than Yi Bai's physical enhancement. This is just like a warrior and a mage. The mage is generally stronger in the later stage, especially when protected, and is an absolute C position. Is it okay? Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a little happy when he saw Lin Qingwan's expression, and asked with a smile. I really didn't expect that you would have such strength. Lin Qingwan said loudly. There are many things you didn't expect. Yi Barrow said meaningfully. For example, not long ago, he saved the other party's life. However, Lin Qingwan didn't seem to listen to him seriously. At this time, she walked over to the corpse of the mutated lobster, pulled out a sharp dagger from her calf pants, and stabbed it deep into the head of the mutated lobster. After the death of these mutant creatures, the body's defense will be reduced a lot, but with the help of certain materials, it can be restored again. For example, this lobster armor can be used to make some armor. Lin Qingwan was digging something with a dagger, while speaking loudly. Because of the mutated lizard from before, the Lin family obtained a lot of information about mutated creatures. And the most important thing about the corpse of a mutated creature is this. After a while, she dug out a round crystal stone the size of a pigeon egg with a colorful luster from the head of the mutated lobster. What is this? What is it used for? Mo Yuan asked curiously. We call this the awakening crystal core, also called the source of evolution. Lin Qingwan jumped down from the mutated lobster's body, handed the pigeon egg crystal to Yi Bai's hand, and said solemnly, its function is to quickly increase the awakened person's talent level and ability power. What? Hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help being surprised. At the beginning of this great change, this was a big secret. In other words, whoever can obtain these awakening crystal nuclei first will be one step ahead, step by step, step by step. It is even possible to become a giant in troubled times by relying on the advantage of profit. He also understood somewhat. No wonder he felt that Lin Qingyuan's natural abilities were stronger than when he was hunting mutant lizards in the valley. And although the Wushu Association has only revealed the talent level now, because this talent can be upgraded, even the talent that was originally rated as D level is just like his classmate's useless talent of growing hair or something, after absorbing enough awakening crystals. Can nuclear become grade B or even grade A? Of course, this kind of leap requires a huge amount of awakening crystal cores. On the other hand, before the new strength levels of the Wushu Association are divided, the talent level is actually the strength level. Lin Qingyuan was able to tell him this secret, which was enough to explain the relationship between the two. This thing is so magical. Mo Yuan on the side was wondering about the secret, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. If he could collect more awakening crystal cores, he felt that the power of his iron fist should also be improved, and it would not be so useless. It's just that mutated creatures are hard to deal with now, and they're not everywhere yet. It's too difficult to collect awakening crystal cores. Then I'll accept this one happily, and the other one is yours. Yi Bai said with a smile. Although the first mutated lobster was his last hit, Lin Qingyuan became weak because of it, and she also told him such a big secret, but it is worth a mutated crystal core. Wait, at this moment, Lu Jinghui, who had already left, returned without knowing when, and behind him, there were 5 or 6 awakened people. Those were all awakened people who had joined his Lu family. After he found these awakened people, he planned to return to hunt the mutated lobster. But he never expected that this second mutant lobster would have been killed. There is Yi Bai, Lin Qingwan who is already extremely weak, and Mo Yuan who is unreliable. How is it possible to kill such a difficult mutated creature? But he saw the awakening crystal core, and he stared at the colored crystal in Yi Bai's hand. He has also heard about the importance of this thing, and he also vaguely heard Lin Qingyuan's explanation just now. He didn't dare to snatch Lin Qingwan's one, but no matter what, he couldn't give it to Yi Bai. Lu Jinghui, what's the matter with you? Brother Yi, killed this mutated lobster. What does it have to do with you? Mo Yuan saw Lu Jinghui, the second-generation ancestor, appearing and guessed that the other party wanted to pick the fruit, so he immediately took 2 steps forward, asked loudly. This mutated lobster was originally imported from our hotel, and this second mutated lobster has been seriously injured by our people, so you can kill it. It should not become Yi Bai's thing due to emotion and reason. Lu Jinghui, but he sneered and said directly. He has seen Yi Bai's strength before, and it is indeed not weak, but now that there are 5 awakened ones behind him, including him, there are 6, so he has confidence. Yes, we were originally hunting this mutated lobster, but he escaped in the middle of the hunt. A bearded man behind him with a second-level talent also stood up and said. So you mean to rob me? Yi Bai said coldly. Yi Bai, pay attention to what you say. I am not robbing, but this is something that belongs to our Lu family. Now, I ask you to hand it over. Lu Jinghui said confidently. What if I don't? Yi Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled meaningfully. Mo Yuan's hands on the side glowed faintly, and he also looked like he was fighting for his life. Lu Jinghui's face was gloomy, but then he took a deep breath, as if he had finally endured it, and then looked at Yi Bai calmly and said loudly. Yi Bai, if you really want this awakening crystal core, it's not impossible. As long as you join my Lu family, I can forget about it. And I promise to give you the best treatment. Originally, his hatred for Yi Bai was already full, but this time, for the sake of the Lu family and the overall situation, he was willing to let go of the past. After all, he is still afraid of Yi Bai's strength. If the Lu family can really get Yi Bai to join them, it will be a huge benefit to the Lu family. Not interested. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Bai refused directly without giving him any room for maneuver. Chapter 21. He had obviously shown sincerity, but he was still rejected so directly. Yi Bai, originally I only thought of it because we were classmates, but now you are forcing me to do this. Suddenly, Lu Jinghui's anger, which had been accumulated to the extreme, suddenly exploded. His face was livid, and he punched. His fists were clenched loudly. Take our things back. He pointed at Yi Bai and gave a suppressed growl to the bearded man and others behind him. Since Yi Bai is unwilling to join the Lu family, this awakening crystal core, which is crucial to the Lu family, must never fall into Yi Bai's hands again. Otherwise it is tantamount to endorsing the enemy. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, no one can take away our things. A joking smile appeared on the face of the bearded man. He was a desperado before the Great Change, and he had more lives than he could count on his hands. In his opinion, even if Yi Bai had the strength to kill the mutated lobster, ordinary people like this who had never seen human blood would not dare to be ruthless when facing humans and would not be able to show much strength. What's more, with 6 people on their side, they definitely have an advantage. As he finished speaking, sharp knives like Wolverine grew out of his fists. With fierce eyes, he walked towards Yi Bai step by step. Except for Lu Jinghui, the other people all showed their talents and followed behind. Who dares to come here? Before Yi Bai moved, Lin Qingwan stood up first. She supported her weak body and waved her hand gently, and a snow lotus suddenly bloomed in front of the bearded man. The temperature of the entire banquet hall dropped again. Fight these guys. Mo Yuan felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy at this time. His face turned red from suppressing his emotions. Qingwan, are you really going to have a quarrel with our Lu family because of this, Yi Bai? Seeing this scene, Lu Jinghui felt a pain in his heart, and his face became more and more ugly, even looking a little ferocious. If something happens to him, I can guarantee that you and the Lu family will not have an easy time in the future. Lin Qingyuan's eyes were cold and she stood firmly in front of Yi Bai. Yi Bai looked at the audience, ready to take action at any time. He was observing the opponent's strength. Except for Lu Jinghui and the bearded man, the others should all be sea-level talents. With his current strength, he is definitely not afraid of 1 to 6. But after all, he turned out to be just an ordinary fresh graduate, not so murderous, and lacking in actual combat. Moreover, this was the Lu family's place, and there might be others outside, so there were still many unknowns. But even if he really can't beat him, he still has a flying skill. It is tantamount to being in an invincible position. Haha, good, you can actually do this for him. Lin Qingwan, you really disappoint me. I was really blind before licking you for so long. Lu Jinghui made a slightly sad cry. Laughing, his face became more and more cruel later. Today, I will keep Yi Bai. Even Lin Qingwan can't protect him. The atmosphere between the two sides is becoming increasingly tense, and a war is about to break out. Why is it so lively? At this moment, a clear and deep voice suddenly came out, breaking the temporary silence before the storm. Then Lin Qingwan's third uncle, Lin Xichang, appeared at the door with people from the Lin family. Lin Xichang. Lu Jinghui's expression couldn't help but change when he saw the person coming. He didn't expect that people from the Lin family would come at this time. He looked behind Lin Xichang, and there were also 5 awakened ones. It is obvious that now, whether it is the Lu family, the Lin family, or all the major forces, they are forming their own teams of awakeners, hoping to gain the capital to dominate after the world changes. In other words, in this situation, their numerical advantage has disappeared. Even, he was at a disadvantage. Of course, there are others in the Lu family, but they are not here now. The most important thing is that doing it in front of the Lin family is equivalent to starting a war between the two families. The bearded man who was about to take action also couldn't help but stop and looked at Lu Jinghui. He was not stupid. He naturally knew that the Lin family would not stand idly by in this situation. Third uncle, I'm here. Seeing Lin Xichang arriving, Lin Qingyuan also breathed a sigh of relief. She notified Lin Xichang when she just received the news that mutated creatures appeared here, but the Lin family's territory was a certain distance away from here, so she only arrived now. Qingwan, I'm sorry, Uncle San is late. Fortunately, you are fine. What is happening now? Lin Xichang smiled slightly and asked loudly. In fact, judging from the situation at the scene, he had almost guessed it. Obviously, They got the awakening crystal core here, and the Lu family wanted to snatch it. The Lu family won't let me leave, Lin Qingwan said directly. Haha, the Lu family has indeed developed rapidly in recent years. Now they don't take our Lin family seriously. Lin Qicheng looked at Lu Jinghui with a smile. Lu Jinghui felt a chill down his spine, as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down and said, I didn't say not to let Qingwan leave, I just asked Yi Bai to stay. Quote. Lin Qicheng looked at Lin Qingwan. Yi Bai is my friend, Lin Qingyuan said. Now it's clear, Qingwan's friends, that is, friends of our Lin family, we can leave now. Lin Qicheng said lightly, with a force that could not be refused. Yi Bai, Mo Yuan, let's go. After the voice fell, Lin Qingwan took Yi Bai and Mo Yuan directly towards Lin Qicheng at the door. Before leaving, she even calmly dug out another awakening crystal core from another mutated lobster. During this process, Lu Jinghui and others could only watch helplessly. With Lin Qicheng and others behind them, they didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise they would probably be attacked from both front and back, and they wouldn't get half the benefit. They can only endure it. There was a kind of struggle and unwillingness deep in Lu Jinghui's eyes. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his whole body was shaking. He wanted to leave Yi Bai here regardless of everything, but in the end, he still didn't dare to do it. Master Lu, let's take a step first. Seeing that Lin Qingyuan and the others had returned to the door, Lin Qicheng said with a smile. The group of people left the Yundian Hotel in a swaggering manner. After leaving Yundian Hotel and walking some distance, it seems that Yi Bai's awakened talent is very extraordinary. Lin Qicheng looked at Yi Bai with great interest. After Mo Yuan's bragging just now, he already knew that this young man had killed one by himself. Mutated lobster. Uncle Lin thanked you. I thanked Uncle Lin for helping me this time. I have something else to do, so I'll say goodbye for now. Yi Bai seemed calm. He thanked Lin Qicheng with a cupped hand and planned to leave. Wait a minute, classmate Yi Bai, this time you have offended the Lu family, how about it? Are you interested in joining our Lin family? Lin Qicheng called him from behind and asked with a smile. Your potential is extraordinary, I guarantee that my Lin family I will do my best to train you, and the Lu family will not dare to trouble you again. I've already discussed the conditions with Qingwan. Yi Bai waved his hand and didn't look back. He didn't even wait for Mo Yuan. He drove into his Ferrari and quickly disappeared without a trace. Now that Mo Yuan has the Lin family watching, he is not worried that if the Lu family dares to move, he may be assassinated if he follows him. He couldn't wait to go back and practice the Great Thunder sound breathing technique. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Hey, brother Yi, I haven't gotten in the car yet, that's too cruel. Mo Yuan shouted as he chased after him. Of course Yi Bai didn't hear it, but for one thing he was in a hurry to go back, and for the other he was worried that people from the Lu family would come after him. Although he wasn't afraid due to his strength, he would needlessly implicate Mo Yuan. After all, Lu Jinghui just hated him a little more, and his hatred towards Mo Yuan should not be that high. It would be safer to have someone from the Lin family with him. Judging from Mo Yuan's performance today, he still recognizes this friend. At least he is not the kind of person who enjoys blessings and leaves first when troubles arise. After I have practiced the Great Thunder sound breathing technique, and my strength can compete with the Lu family, it will not be too late to take this guy with me. He said that the conditions have been told to you. Seeing Yi Bai and Mo Yuan leaving, Lin Qicheng looked at Lin Qingwan with interest and asked loudly, what conditions are they? If they are not too excessive, like this the Lin family cannot afford to miss out on this talent. Lin Qingwan was silent for a while, and then she replied, he said he wanted to be the Lin family's son-in-law. Son-in-law, not a surrogate son-in-law, nor a live-in son-in-law. Ah, hearing this, Lin Qicheng couldn't help but twitch his face, and then he laughed dumbly. Good guy, his appetite is really big. I really admire him, but it's a pity that with this kind of conditions, it's not up to me to make the decision. The old guys in the family haven't figured it out yet. Hee, it's not easy to be the son-in-law of the Lin family. The other awakened people who joined the Lin family couldn't help but laugh. While talking, several of them peeked at Lin Qingwan intentionally or unintentionally. Who wouldn't want to have such a stunning person, and the huge Lin family, the first family in Yuncheng, as his backers? But they all know that if their dreams are too big, they are just illusions. Qingwan, but I think you seem to be interested in this Yi Bai. Lin Qicheng saw that Lin Qingwan seemed to be worried, so he touched his chin and asked jokingly. He and Lin Qingwan had always had a good relationship, and he seemed to notice that Lin Qingwan treated Yi Bai differently. So what? Lin Qingwan just said lightly. After saying that, she turned around, got into the business car and headed towards the Lin family's place. After all, this is just the beginning of great changes, and some old antiques in the house are still in the same old-fashioned way. However, she will not be willing to let her fate be decided by others. As long as she becomes strong enough, she will have the final say in the family. Hey, seeing this, Lin Qicheng could only shake his head helplessly and sighed. The children of a big family like them really can't help themselves. Their marriages can rarely be decided by themselves, so being able to give you a few people to choose from is already commendable. What's more, now that Lin Qingwan has awakened her great talent in the elemental category, her future prospects are limitless. It's not easy to match her. As far as he knew, although Yi Bai's talent and strength were quite powerful, one thing he had noticed was that Yi Bai belonged to the physical enhancement category. The two talents have advantages for each other, but according to some research, it is speculated that the resource consumption of this kind of talent is much greater than that of the elemental system. In other words, it is probably difficult for Yi Bai to match Lin Qingwan's achievements in talent in the future, even if it is known that he has no background. Among the Lin family, Lin Qingwan's father is relatively open-minded, but some clan elders are more conservative and still interfere in many things. At this stage, it would certainly not be easy for Lin Qingwan to choose someone with less potential than her. Of course, in this changing world, who can say for sure? If Lin Qingwan becomes strong enough, everything can change. In the final analysis, strength comes first. Lin Qicheng could see that his niece was still working hard to control her own destiny. The other side. In the banquet hall of Yundian Hotel, Lu Jinghui was furious. He punched the wall nearby dozens of times a second to vent his inner anger. But his anger remained unquenchable until the wall fell down. This time, Yi Bai not only snatched away Lin Qingwan and Mo Yuan by mistake in front of him, but in the end he could only watch helplessly as the other party snatched away the awakening crystal core that originally belonged to him. He has never suffered such a great injustice since he was a child. Young Master Lu, you don't have to be so angry. I don't think this guy named Yi is from a big family. No matter how strong he is just a human being. At this time, the bearded man beside him said playfully. I'm just afraid that he will join the Lin family. Lu Jinghui retracted his fist. At that moment, he felt that he had matured. Now, he has completely given up on Lin Qingwan. He no longer thinks about how to lick Lin Qingwan, but thinks about how to strengthen the Lu family and bring down the Lin family. By then, as long as the Lin family falls, Lin Qingyuan will mean nothing. It's simple. Among the people Lin Qicheng brought just now, I happen to know one of them. I can ask him if his surname Yi has joined the Lin family. As long as he does not join the Lin family, we have a chance to get the awakening crystal core back. Hu Dayan said with a smile. Okay, Brother Yang, I'm sorry to trouble you. Lu Jinghui nodded gloomily. What happened here? At this moment, a voice came, and then a middle-aged man wearing a black tunic suit and a majestic look walked in. Behind him were two bodyguards with sharp eyes, who were not easy to mess with at first glance. Dad. Seeing the person coming, Lu Jinghui was instinctively in awe and explained in a low voice, 2 mutated lobsters ran out of a water tank imported from abroad. Of course I know this. What I'm asking about is what happened later. Lu Wanzhong, Lu Jinghui's father, glanced at Lu Jinghui and said calmly. There is an awakened person who is my classmate. His name is Yi Bai. He and Lin Qingyuan from the Lin family killed the 2 mutant lobsters and took away the 2 awakening crystal cores. Lu Jinghui organized. Language replied. At this time, Lu Wanzhong had already walked to the bodies of the 2 mutated lobsters. He looked at the first end first and found the remaining ice shards on it. This one was killed by Lin Qingyuan. She has mastered the level of talent of ice and snow elements. Lu Jinghui explained. That old guy Lin Qingwan is really lucky to have given birth to a good daughter. Lu Wanzhong said in a deep voice, and then walked to the second mutated lobster carcass. When he saw it, he couldn't help but feel a little moved on his face. Lu Jinghui over there was feeling secretly sad about Lu Wanzhong's words, which was tantamount to saying that he was inferior to Lin Qingwan. Although this was true, it still shocked him a little when he said it from his father's mouth. Come here. At this moment, Lu Wanzhong suddenly shouted softly. Lu Jinghui was suddenly startled, and then he realized that his father's expression was different. When he went over to take a look of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. How is it possible? He was far away just now, and his attention was on the awakening crystal core, so he couldn't see clearly. Now he discovered that the mutated lobster that Yi Bai had beaten to death had wounds like holes all over his body, and that he had been violently beaten alive, dead. He had fought against this mutant lobster, and he knew very well how hard the mutant lobster's shell was. Even with his grade B talent, it would be difficult for 100 punches in 3 seconds to leave such a level of wound on it. Yi Bai, how could you do this? He actually hid his strength just now. Thinking of this, Lu Jinghui took a deep breath and trembled slightly. He was resentful and jealous at the same time. It would be great if he had this talent. You have a grudge against the person who killed this mutated lobster. Lu Wanzhong squatted next to the corpse, raised his head and asked Lu Jinghui. He could hear the meaning in his son's tone. Yes. Lu Jinghui lowered his head and replied. How deep? Lu Wanzhong asked again. It can't be resolved. Lu Jinghui closed his eyes, remembering Yi Bai's last rejection and the look in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. Spend 200 million and ask Master Yang to take action and kill him. Lu Wanzhong clapped his hands, stood up, and said lightly but fiercely. 200 million. Lu Jinghui couldn't help but was stunned on the spot. Although the money may not be worth much in the future, 200 million is still a terrifying number now. Don't be reluctant to give up money. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely cause huge trouble to our Lu family in the future. Since there is irresolvable hatred, he must be killed in advance. Lu Wanzhong looked very determined. Mr. Lu, just leave this matter to our brothers. The bearded man on the side said with a sorry smile. Even he was extremely excited about this money. You can take action first. If you can kill him, these 200 million will belong to you. Lu Wanzhong thought for a while and said calmly. He doesn't have much confidence in these people, but he knows that Master Yang has awakened a special talent, and he is not afraid of alerting others. If these people can find out some information about Yi Bai's strength, the subsequent assassination may be more secure. Okay, our brothers will definitely not disappoint Mr. Lu. The bearded man and the others looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed. They know that they are indeed not as good as Master Yang, but for a young man who is not deeply involved in the world, they feel confident. Yi Bai returned to the rental house, unaware that he had unknowingly carried a 200 million bounty on his back. At this time, he extracted the Great Thunder sound breathing technique from the reserve space. As soon as I opened the jade slip, boom, boom. As soon as Yi Bai opened the big thunder breathing method, he immediately felt a thunderous sound in his body. It was like a bolt from the blue, shaking his spirit. At this moment, it was as if his limbs and bones were suddenly penetrated by this thunder, and he felt an indescribable feeling of relief. And this method of cultivation was introduced into his mind. Big thunder breathing method. There is thunder everywhere in the world. By breathing in the thunder energy of the heaven and the earth, you can nourish the thunder, temper your body, and communicate with the thunder. Long, short, long, 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 short, long, short, long, short, long, short. Following the prompts and his experience in practicing Shaolayan's breathing method, Yi Bai naturally began to practice. His breathing rhythm automatically changed, and he vaguely seemed to see a mighty divine figure measuring the world in his mind. Boom! There was another sound, like being struck by lightning, and he felt his Tianling cap being gradually opened. A feeling of numbness came from Tianling Dai. Traces of thunder energy from heaven and earth began to enter his body. Every cell in his limbs and bones seemed to have experienced a long drought. At this time, they opened one after another to welcome this nectar. Yi Bai knew that this kind of thunder was not only harmless to him, but would also be of great benefit to him. After practicing for less than an hour, a black dirt impurity began to be discharged from his body surface, which was as rich as asphalt and also had a fishy smell. But what followed was a sense of lightness that the body had never experienced before, as if it had been reborn, and even the dimension of life seemed to have risen to a higher level. The most obvious one is the five senses. Now, as long as he concentrates a little, he can even hear sounds within a few miles. My eyes are clear and I can see things farther away. If I look carefully, I can even see the vellus hairs of ants. Close your eyes and feel the wind flowing around you. The whole world seemed to become a little clearer to him. As expected of Big Lion, he is even more awesome than Little Lion. Just after practicing for a while, my physical fitness has changed so much. Yi Bai stood up, looked at his hands, and felt very satisfied. Faintly, he felt that the big thunder breathing technique was probably 10 times more powerful than the little thunder sound breathing technique. The most important thing is this sense of transformation, which Xiao Lian's breathing method did not give him. Try my current strength. Yi Bai smiled slightly, and in a flash, he was in the open space outside the door. Just the speed is astonishing. A rough estimate is that this may have reached 100 meters in 1 or 2 seconds. Even the awakened person with the talent of awakening speed may not be able to compare with him now. Although this is only the fastest burst of speed in an instant, it will actually be slower, but there should be no problem in maintaining a stable speed of 100 meters in 2 or 3 seconds. Such a breakthrough even shocked Yi Bai himself. With this speed combined with the subtle body technique, he felt that he didn't have to worry even if he was attacked by several mutated creatures at the same time. Boom! Then Yi Bai came to a big stone and punched it directly. Easily and without any effort, he smashed the big rock into pieces. Then, he took out the small thunder bow. Before practicing the great thunder sound breathing technique, although his strength had increased greatly, he could only draw the bow to 90% at most, and could never draw the bow to full. Buzz! But now, Yi Bai pulled lightly, and before he could use all his strength, the little thunder bow was fully pulled by him. Faintly, one could see the lightning arc flashing on the bowstring, which was very dazzling even in the daytime. He didn't dare to shoot forward for fear of accidentally hurting innocent people. He raised his hand and pointed it at the sky before letting go of the bowstring. Call out! As the sound of breaking through the sky sounded, a purple arrow of light shot out from the bowstring and shot straight into the sky. In an instant, thunder and lightning flashed under the clear sky, with amazing power. My current strength is probably twice as strong as before. After the little thunder bow is fully drawn, its power is obviously much greater. And it seems to have special effects. Seeing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel surging, slightly excited. This was indeed a bit too strong. If he punched the mutated lobster on the head now, he would be able to punch through its head. As for this arrow, he believed it would be easy to shoot directly through the mutated lobster's armor. Just 2 words, terrifying. Watching the light in the sky gradually dissipate, Yi Bai put away the small thunder bow with satisfaction and was just about to go back to continue practicing. Now that he has offended the Lu family, he doesn't know when Lu Jinghui, the second-generation ancestor, will come to trouble him. The faster his strength improves, the better. However, at this moment, Yi Bai suddenly stopped. Now, his hearing and vision were much different from ordinary people. He vaguely seemed to hear a somewhat familiar voice appearing within a few kilometers, as if he had heard it somewhere. He listened carefully and made sure. It was the bearded man he had just met today at the Yundian Hotel, an awakened person whose fists could grow steel knives. He was deeply impressed by the murderous aura in this man. Did Lu Jinghui send someone to kill me so soon? Or do you want to snatch it back before I use the awakening crystal core? Yi Bai was a little surprised. He originally thought that Lu Jinghui would plan for a long time before he came to deal with him. Unexpectedly, he came to the door just over an hour after he came back. However, he is quite confident now. He is not afraid of the awakened ones behind Lu Jinghui today. Now that his strength has greatly increased, he can just try his skills. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared. The other side, Brother Yang, a bearded man, whose real name is Luo Diang, is also known as the Outlaw Yang. Before the world started to change drastically, he had already taken several lives on his body, and he was a veritable outlaw. He joined the Lu family because the Lu family gave him a lot of money, and because the Lu family was powerful and could protect him and let him get away with it. Brother Yang, this man named Yi seems to be very powerful. Will some of us have our eyes pecked by an eagle? As he got closer to Yi Bai's residence, one of his subordinates couldn't help but ask. What are you afraid of? How can a young man who has just graduated dare to really kill people? Luo Diang said disdainfully, and there are 5 of us here. If there are more people, no matter how strong he is, he will have to scramble and his strength will be greatly reduced. Show monkey, don't be timid. 200 million. What's wrong with taking some risks? As long as we kill this kid, each of us can get tens of millions. By then, what woman can't play? Hee, female awakener all of them. Another awakened person said. Yes, this kid is dead. The awakened man named Shohu regained his confidence. But remember one thing, a lion must use all his strength to fight a rabbit. As soon as you see that person named Yi, don't talk nonsense and just use all your strength to kill him. It's best to kill him before he can react. The 200 million will be got it. Luo Diang warned again with a fierce expression. We know that the place where this kid happens to live is also remote. I'm afraid he will die without knowing what happened. An awakened person with black hands said with a sinister smile. Really? Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in the ears of several people, and a figure appeared behind them at some point. Murderous aura emerges, like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter, it is imminent. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally Yi Bai. At his current speed, it would take less than a minute to reach even a few kilometers away. As soon as I arrived, I heard that these people were plotting to assassinate me. It took no effort to get there. Since these people have murderous intentions towards him, they just serve as a whetstone for him to practice the great thunder sound breathing technique. When Luo Diang and others heard this sudden sound, their faces suddenly showed expressions of shock. They never expected that Yi Bai knew of their arrival in advance and came behind them unknowingly. It can be said that if Yi Bai took the opportunity to attack them just now, it is possible that 1 or even 2 of them would have fallen here. In this way, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, and even this battle will be defeated before they are fought. But because of this, it further proved their suspicion. This person named Yi is still too young. How could a young graduate who had never killed anyone know how sinister and unscrupulous society can be? He could make a sneak attack in the dark, but he actually spoke up to remind them. This is their chance. Kill. Thinking of this, Luo Diang and others looked at each other and took action quickly. Once you take action, use all your strength. He would die inexplicably when Yi Bai didn't expect it and before he really understood the situation. The person closest to Yi Bai is a man who has awakened the talent that can make his arms become like rubber. He waved his arms, and the rubber hands suddenly softened and became longer, and they were tied towards Yi Bai like ropes. Although his talent is only level C and does not have much attack power, if the opponent does not know his talent, he can tie up the target by surprise. Once tied up, no matter how strong the other party is, it will be difficult to show it. It's not just at their mercy. He has several teammates with strong attacks. Before this, they had cooperated in this way many times, and it can be said that they have never failed. This talent is interesting, but the speed is too slow. Can it really tie people up? However, facing the rubber hand that was suddenly tied up, Yi Bai looked relaxed and even had time to comment. He was confident that he could fight 1 to 6 before, not to mention that now he has practiced the great thunder sound breathing technique. He showed up specifically to use these people to train himself. Seeking death. The awakened person with the rubber hand felt like he was insulted. The rubber hand suddenly turned around and continued to chase Yi Bai, who was avoiding him. Can you still turn? Yi Bai smiled, and in the next moment, he appeared directly behind the rubber hand awakener. Be careful, this guy named Yi is too fast. Luo Diang warned, and quickly punched Yi Bai. At the same time as the fist was punched, several sharp knives sprouted from the fist, stabbing Yi Bai's face in an instant. Yi Bai was like taking a leisurely stroll. He easily avoided the blow with a little step, and then he appeared behind another awakened person. Boom! Before the awakened person had time to show off his talent, he was directly hit by Yi Bai's powerful bull demon fist in an instant. Ah! The man's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and most of his bones were broken. His whole body was out of control, like a rag bag being blown away, and then fell heavily to the ground. One punch and he died immediately. How is it possible? The other 4 awakened people suddenly felt their scalps numb. It was really unimaginable that Yi Bai's strength could be so tyrannical. But they are also experienced in combat and know that it is not the time to be distracted. Although the death of their teammates makes them angry, the most important thing is to solve the target. The awakened person called Slender Monkey is good at instantaneous bursts of speed. When using his talent, he can make his body very light. The moment Yi Bai took action, he quickly came to Yi Bai. He held a sharp dagger in his hand and pulled it sideways, intending to cut Yi Bai's throat directly. This instantaneous speed is almost close to that of Yi Bai before he practiced the great thunder sound breathing technique. Ding! There was a warning sound in his mind, but Yi Bai was focused on fighting and didn't listen. He didn't have time to experience the feeling of killing someone for the first time. As soon as he heard the sound of breaking through the sky, he immediately used the subtle body technique, and then followed up with another punch. Bang! Because the skinny monkey was too light, he was knocked several dozen meters away. He vomited blood, but he didn't die. He knew he was outmatched and was very unloyal, so he actually turned around and planned to take the opportunity to escape. Yi Bai saw it, but unfortunately Luo Diang's sharp knife and rubber hand had appeared in front of him again, and he had no chance to pursue it. Bang! All he could do was to hit the rubber with another punch. The rubber seemed to swallow up the power and at once alleviated most of his punch's power. Therefore, it only frightened the opponent to withdraw his rubber hand and did not cause fatal damage. Call. It's okay. Yi Bai praised slightly, and then used the subtle body technique again. His figure seemed to have escaped into the void, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived next to the awakened one with rubber hands. The rubber hand awakened person was suddenly shocked. In desperation, he hugged his body tightly with both hands, and then quickly stretched out to wrap himself up, looking like a Michelin tire. Try this knife. Seeing this, Yi Bai smiled slightly, and an extraordinary alloy knife appeared in his hand. Speaking of which, after getting this sword, he has never had any chance to fight. Now that the blade is revealed, blood must be seen. As soon as he lifted his breath, purple lightning seemed to appear on the blade of the extraordinary alloy sword in his hand. He jumped up, raised the knife and dropped it. Puff! Like chopping firewood, the knife struck directly on the rubber-wrapped head of the rubber hand awakened person. Then in a very silky trend, from top to bottom, a clear split began to appear on the rubber hand, and then strips of rubber scattered gorgeously like petals. Until the awakened person who was protected inside was revealed, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Bai in disbelief. A terrifying blood streak ran from his forehead to his chest, and his breath had already begun to fade away. Death. At this moment, the awakened person who had never been able to get close to Yi Bai suddenly approached. His hands were black and poisonous. As long as he touched a human, he would almost certainly die. It seems like you just said that I don't know what's going on even after I die. Yi Bai turned around and smiled playfully. His speed was more than 10 times faster than the other party. Even if the other party came within half a meter of him, he still couldn't move. It can also be easily avoided. And his attack was faster. When the opponent's hands were about to touch his, he raised the knife and cut off the black hands. The extraordinary alloy knife was extremely sharp, and it took a while for the blood to spurt out. Yi Bai was already behind him, back to back, and the knife did not turn back. The blade pierced directly from the back of the poisonous hand awakener, straight to the heart. The latter stared in disbelief, as if he couldn't accept the way he died. He wanted to turn his head to take a look, but before he could turn around, the body had already fallen to the ground. At this point, apart from the thin monkey who had escaped for a while, Luo Diang was the only one left. Impossible, impossible. It's not long since the great changes started. How could you be so strong? Luo Diang's face was full of panic at this time. He had long lost his will to fight and ran away. Unfortunately, Yi Bai would not give him a chance to run away. In the eyes of these people, perhaps because they are a fresh graduate and have never killed anyone, they should be merciful. As everyone knows, he has killed countless ants, mosquitoes, cockroaches, and mutated creatures these days, and his heart has become as cold as his knife, as if he had been killing fish at RT Mart for 10 years. Since these people are coming to kill him, there is no need for him to be soft. It just so happened that this area was in the woods and sparsely populated. Just like what you said, this place is in a remote place. No one should know that you died here. Yi Bai stepped on his feet and caught up with Luo Diang in a second. Then with 2 sword blows, he directly ended this murderous crime, life. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Ding. Seeing Luo Diang slowly falling down with a dead look on his face, Yi Bai was not in a hurry to check the harvest that had just been revealed, but just put away the extraordinary alloy knife with an expressionless face. Then, he raised his head and glanced at the awakened skinny monkey who had escaped for more than a mile. He unhurriedly took out the small thunder bow. At this time, the awakened one named Slender Monkey was walking through the woods. While running, he looked back nervously to see if Yi Bai was chasing him. He could vaguely hear that 4 of his teammates behind him, including their boss Luo Diang, an awakener who had awakened a second-level talent, had also been killed. Now he is shocked and scared. This Yi Bai is just a young man who has just graduated from college. He is completely different from what they imagined at first, that he has no experience and has never seen the darkness of society. This man is not merciless at all when he kills people. And it's crisp and clear, without any sloppiness. If he had run slower, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. Fortunately, Shouhu was also a little lucky at this time. He reacted smartly. After realizing that they were no match for Yi Bai, he hugged his seriously injured body and turned around to escape. Such a person, at the beginning of this great change, is definitely a booze-level existence. Even ordinary A-level talent awakeners don't have such strength. They actually thought they had a chance to kill each other. This prediction was totally wrong. Only Master Yang's giant Buddha can accomplish this task. No wonder, Lu Wanzhong is willing to pay a bounty of 200 million. Thinking of this, Shouhu dialed Lu Jinghui's phone. As soon as he answered the call, he gasped and said, "Master Lu, we failed. Brother Yang and the others were all killed by the man named Yi. I was also seriously injured. Now I'm here. Come back quickly." At his level, there is no contact information for Lu Wanzhong, so he can only contact him through this young Master Lu. What? Hearing this, Lu Jinghui's mind went blank for a while, and he felt in disbelief. He first glanced at Lu Wanzhong on the side, and then couldn't help but ask, "Shouldn't you have just arrived at this time? How could it be so fast?" On speakerphone, Lu Wanzhong frowned. Although he didn't have high hopes for Luo Diang and others to assassinate Yi Bai, he was still a little surprised that almost the entire army was wiped out in such a short period of time and that they couldn't even escape. Lu Jinghui quickly clicked on speakerphone and put the phone on the table. "We haven't even arrived at Yi Bai's residence, but he has already discovered him. He is so strong that we can't even touch him." Thin Monkey was frightened at this moment, and couldn't help but his voice was trembling. "I even suspect that he hasn't tried his best." "Aren't you good at speed? Even you are not as good as him?" Lu Jinghui asked in a deep voice. "My speed is just a joke in front of this guy named Yi. I took the opportunity to escape when he punched me away. Otherwise, I might not have even had any hope of escaping." Shouhu was talking on the phone. While still feeling frightened, he often turned around to look at the situation behind him. As he spoke, his voice suddenly stopped. "Call out." His pupils were dilating rapidly, full of shock and disbelief, and there was a purple lightning. It was an arrow of light. The speed of this light arrow was so fast that even when he just saw it and had no time to react, the light arrow had already come to him from far to near, and plunged directly into his chest with lightning speed. He just watched helplessly until his body slowly fell backwards. How is this possible? This was his last thought. He couldn't figure it out. He had already escaped 2 miles away. How could the other party catch up with him? Bang! But whether he wanted to understand it or not, when the body fell to the ground, it was already a corpse. His head tilted, and the cell phone in his hand that was still disconnected fell to the side. Hey, skinny monkey. Lu Jinghui on the other side seemed to hear something strange, and he quickly picked up his cell phone and called repeatedly. Unfortunately, he didn't hear any response for a long time. He put down his phone and looked at his father with a dull expression on his face. At this time, Lu Wanzhong's face also became a little ugly. 5 experienced awakeners went to assassinate a fresh graduate, but within an hour, they were completely wiped out. Even the one who finally escaped was not spared in the end. Master Yang, it's your turn to take action. But please forgive me, the target this time is extremely powerful. Master Yang, please be careful and kill with one strike. Immediately, Lu Wanzhong made a phone call with a gloomy face, with a hint of respect, opened his voice. Interesting. A calm voice came from the other side, seemingly smiling. In other words, all the 5 awakened people you sent just now were killed by him. Yes, Lu Wanzhong replied. I like challenges, just prepare the money. Soon, the person on the other side hung up the phone confidently. Dad, do you think Master Yang can succeed? After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinghui asked with some anxiety. It was because Yi Bai had too much impact on him. He was originally regarded as a useless person, but today he was so cruel it hit him in the face and gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. If Yi Bai doesn't die, I'm afraid he won't even be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Before the great changes began, Master Yang was the most famous figure in the underground of Yuncheng. He was proficient in national martial arts. It was not the kind of deception you heard about, but a real killing technique. Someone once invited 18 killers to they surrounded him, but he killed them all. It can be said that people like Luo Diang could not survive even a second under his hands. Lu Wanzhong said slowly. Coupled with his big change this time, he also had great luck and directly awakened his great talent. I can't estimate his strength. Then Yi Bai is dead this time. Hearing this, Lu Jinghui also breathed a sigh of relief. He has also heard the legend about Master Yang. This man is a dragon that sees its head but not its tail. It is said that no one has seen his true appearance, but he is indeed a frightened person. Now that he has awakened his great talent, he should be foolproof. The other side. In that small forest, Yi Bai had already collected all 5 corpses at this time, dug a large pit nearly 10 meters deep, and then threw all the corpses down. Because his power is almost unlimited now, he doesn't feel tired at all. And these people are all desperados, even wanted criminals. As long as the bodies are not discovered, they will probably not cause any trouble. No one should be able to dig them out of this 10-meter deep hole. In addition, in this world of great changes, even if someone finds someone fighting here, they probably won't pay much attention to it. After all, many people have awakened their talents now, and they can't control it even if they want to. Ashes return to ashes, and soil return to soil. After reburying the pit, Yi Bai planned to return to his residence. In fact, when he was killing these people, he vaguely heard the sound of something exploding, but because this was his first time killing people, his nerves were tense during the battle, so he was not distracted to listen carefully. So he had to go back and check to find out exactly what exploded. At this moment, the wind suddenly blew through the woods, and the leaves in the gaps knocked against each other and rustled. Yi Bai suddenly stood still. He closed his eyes. Listened to heaven and earth. Now his 5 senses were extremely sharp. For a moment, he felt that the wind blowing through the forest seemed to be particularly sharp. This is a dangerous feeling. Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat and he immediately became vigilant. His intuition told him that the attackers this time were 100 times smarter than Luo Diang's 5 people. It was him who actually didn't realize it until the other party came nearby. Not bad, you can actually find me. A voice came lightly in the wind, and then a middle-aged man who looked elegant but had a vicious heart slowly walked out from behind a big tree. He was wearing a long white robe like that worn by Taoist priests who came down from the mountains to check the boss, with half of a Sichuan opera face-changing mask on his face and a smile that was indistinguishable between good and evil. He looked at people with eyes that seemed to be examining prey. This person is the Master Yang mentioned by Lu Wanzhong. His real name is Yang Yuanshou. He is 38 years old this year. He has been obsessed with traditional martial arts since he was a child. In order to practice the unique skills of Chinese martial arts, he can endure pain that ordinary people cannot endure. Because his family opposed him practicing martial arts, he broke away from his parents directly when he was 12 years old and gave up studying. From then on, he wandered around the mountains and rivers, looking for and visiting all the masters of martial arts. On the surface, he looks more like a scholar, a leading actor in literary opera. But in fact, if you are competitive, you will be rewarded. However, no one dares to deny Yang Yuanshou's strength. He was born for martial arts and obsessed with martial arts. Some people say that he is full of murderous weapons and can even kill someone with a single hair. If you get close to him, he will often kill you before you can react. He had dominated the underground arena for many years without ever losing, and anyone who fought against him would either die or be disabled. There was once a retired boxer who criticized martial arts as rubbish on the internet. As a result, he came to challenge him and killed him in 1 second. Then he disappeared without a trace. Only some behind-the-scenes bosses who can afford the price can afford him to take action. This time, Lu Wanzhong offered a reward of 200 million yuan to kill a young man named Yi Bai. In fact, Yang Yuanshou hasn't been as excited as he is now for a long time, because he hasn't encountered a decent opponent for a long time. Especially after he awakened his great talent, it is even more difficult to find an opponent. Unless he travels thousands of miles to challenge Seraph and the Lightning King, who are currently the most popular. But because he is now the most wanted criminal and cannot take transportation at all, it is too difficult to leave Yuncheng. Therefore, how rare it is to meet a target like Yi Bai in Yuncheng. At this time, he was looking at Yi Bai like that, not in a hurry to take action. And Yi Bai was also looking at Yang Yuanshou. The man in front of him gave him a strange feeling. At first glance, he thought he was a famous drama actor. But when he looked at him a second time, he felt that this man looked like a cold-blooded murderer, with no human emotion in his eyes. It seems that in the eyes of the other party, he is not a person, but a lamb to be slaughtered. What's even more outrageous is that the other party is clearly preparing to bleed you, but he still asks you not to die so quickly. He wants to enjoy the process of your death. Are you here to kill me too? The two looked at each other for a long time before Yi Bai asked calmly. Yes, you are worth 200 million. Yang Yuanshou smiled slightly, as if he was talking about a very common thing. I didn't expect that I was so valuable. Yi Bai was really surprised. Logically speaking, Lu Jinghui has not yet taken power, so it is impossible for him to use so much money. Unless Lu Jinghui is not the only one who wants to kill him this time. It seems that I really have the entire Lu family on my radar. Yi Bai's expression darkened. The only person who could use such a huge force to kill him was probably Lu Jinghui's father, the current helmsman of the Lu family. Come on, Lu Wanzhong said, you are very strong, I'm really looking forward to it. Yang Yuanshou's half of the Sichuan opera mask on Yang Yuanshou's face revealed a meaningful smile. Immediately, with a slight tap of his foot, his figure moved with the wind, as graceful as a startling giant, as graceful as a swimming dragon. He immediately approached Yi Bai. This speed is much faster than the previous awakened slender monkey, and it is even more silent, as if blending into the wind. Call out. Once he got close, he pierced the air with 2 fingers, like a lightning blade, going straight for Yi Bai's throat. I won't disappoint you. Yi Bai also smiled lightly and used a subtle movement technique, like a willow moving with the wind, and took 2 steps back lightly, just to avoid this 1-finger attack. But what he didn't expect was that even though he was more than 3 feet away, he could still feel the sharpness coming from the other person's fingertips. His talent as the wind element. Yi Bai suddenly made a guess in his mind. No wonder this person was able to get so close to him silently before being discovered. His whole body felt like he was blending into the wind. The perception and control of wind have reached an extremely high level. As soon as he thought of this, his heart tightened, and he needed to beware of the other party suddenly using wind to kill people. Okay, I'm going to be serious. Yang Yuanshou exclaimed in admiration, and then approached step by step, using fists, feet, sword fingers, claws, and elbows. All kinds of attacks were getting faster and faster, as if he was a natural killing machine, constantly attacking Yi Bai. Attack away. Suddenly, it was as if the gentle breeze that moistened things had turned into a violent storm. Yi Bai was dodging and he was pursuing. Every attack also brought up strong winds all around. That horrible sense of oppression almost makes one breathless. Yi Bai could clearly feel that the air around him had become much sharper. As long as Yang Yuanshou came closer to him, his skin would feel like it was about to be cut. Fortunately, his physical fitness has greatly improved and he is more resistant to damage. If it had been anyone else, even if he had not been hit by Yang Yuanshou, he would have been bruised and bruised by these strong winds. For a moment, Yi Bai seemed to be losing ground. But the one who felt even more surprised was Yang Yuanshou. The more he fought, the more excited he became, and at the same time, the more he fought, the more frightened he became. You must know that he is practicing Chinese martial arts and killing skills. Except for the first test at the beginning, he did not hold back at all after that, and every blow was a sure kill. But every time he was about to hit Yi Bai, he was just able to be avoided by the opponent, and the wind blade he deliberately controlled had no impact on the opponent. No wonder Lu Wanzhong wanted to remind him to pay attention. This young man who was too young could not tell the difference between the opponent's awakened talent, and even if the opponent was good at speed, his reaction ability should not be so fast, and his physical fitness and ability to withstand blows were far beyond ordinary people. It seems that the other party also seems to have practiced martial arts, and he has practiced martial arts more advanced than him. It's my turn. After Yi Bai dodged dozens of attacks, he had almost seen the opponent's path clearly. At this time, he shouted deeply and suddenly switched from defense to offense. Bang, 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 bang. The powerful bull demonic fist was unleashed, and each punch carried a sound of breaking through the air, as if a wild bull was roaring, charging, and trying to kill someone. There is such a strong attack power. Yang Yuanshou was frightened again and quickly retracted his attack. He, who had always been extremely confident, was now forced to retreat step by this violent attack. Boom. The most incredible thing was that after 5 steps, he was still hit by Yi Bai's punch, and he was hit with a force that he had never felt before. Although his robes inflated like a balloon at this moment, offsetting most of the force, he still couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He Tang took a few steps back, then raised his eyes to look at Yi Bai. Ha 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 ha, he laughed, and the color of the originally cyan Sichuan opera mask on his face suddenly turned red. At this moment, the elegance he had maintained just now completely disappeared, and he became more of a kind of madness, a kind of ferocity, and a kind of terror. He had a ferocious smile on his face, like a demon. You have disappointed me a bit. Yi Bai looked at the other party with a faint smile. In terms of actual combat experience, he is definitely not as good as Master Yang, and the opponent's appearance and words are high enough, so at the beginning he felt the opponent's unparalleled pressure, and even if he had the strength, he could not show it. But now he is becoming more confident as he fights, and has established his confidence in martial arts. He is not afraid of the other party. Very good, it exceeded my expectations. After laughing, Yang Yuanshou looked at Yi Bai again, like a wild beast that wanted to choose someone to devour. Continue. Yi Bai was completely unafraid and calm. You and I are the most outstanding people in Yuncheng. Yang Yuanshou stepped on his feet, bringing with him an evil wind. He held his claws in both hands and rushed towards Yi Bai quickly. You may not be qualified to rank with me, Yi Bai said with a smile. What he said was true. He felt that he was the only person in the world who could awaken such a heaven-defying talent, let alone Yuncheng. This Yang Yuanshou is very talented, but it is a pity that he met him too early. I didn't expect you to be crazier than me. As Yang Yuanshou laughed, his sharp claws approached Yi Bai's throat again. Yi Bai originally wanted to repeat his old trick and directly use the subtle body technique to avoid it. But at this moment, he felt a sudden strong wind around his body, as if the wind had turned into a big net, enveloping him, making it extremely difficult to move. He knew that this was Yang Yuanshou's ability to control the wind. The opponent did not use this move just now. It seemed that this move was not performed at will. Just like Lin Qingwan, if you overstimulate your talent, you will feel weak. In that case, so what if I have a head-on collision with you? Yi Bai clenched his fist at this moment. At this moment, the thunder cells in his body seemed to be activated, and thunder suddenly erupted. Both his reaction speed and punching speed obviously feel much faster. The fist suddenly appeared with lightning. Powerful bull demon fist. His most powerful punch came out like that. Can you still move? Yang Yuanshou didn't expect Yi Bai to be able to fight back at this time. At this time, he had almost pushed his talent to the limit. Just as Yi Bai guessed, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Originally, he planned to rely on this move to kill Yi Bai instantly and end the battle. Now it seems that it is impossible to do it. He even felt that Yi Bai's punch was a more terrifying threat than before. Yang Yuanshou's heart sank. The next moment, he turned his claws into fists and collided hard with Yi Bai's punch. Bang! Like a balloon exploding, before the two fists collided, the collision of the strong wind made an explosion. Yang Yuanshou used the power of the wind to block Yi Bai's punch. But in the end, it was still unstoppable. His figure flew backwards quickly again, but this time he was prepared and was not beaten to vomit blood like before. The figure landed on the ground more than 10 meters away, and then he stepped down and released all his strength. Hiss! Then he flipped his palm, and a strong wind turned into a wind blade, cutting directly towards Yi Bai. On the other side, Yi Bai retracted his fist and just planned to continue the pursuit. At this moment, his hair suddenly stood on end, and he felt a danger approaching. Now his eyes were clear, and he could see that although the air in front of him was colorless and invisible, there was a clear fluctuation. A sharp feeling came to my face. He quickly bent back, making an arch bridge shape, and the wind blade swept away and landed on a big tree behind him. Puff! There was a soft sound, and the thick tree, almost surrounded by children, fell down very smoothly. It is conceivable that if this wind blade falls on a person, the consequences will be disastrous. This elemental awakener is really terrifying. Yi Bai was still frightened. Fortunately, his physical reaction ability had been greatly improved, otherwise it would have been difficult for him to avoid the attack just now. Can you avoid it like this? Yang Yuanshou was even more surprised. Even he himself had difficulty catching such a wind blade, but the opponent could actually avoid it. His expression darkened again. The self-confident pride at the beginning no longer existed, and there was even a secret fear that represented the loss of confidence. Hiss! 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 Then he flipped his palm and sent out several more wind blades one after another. Each one is colorless, extremely fast, and powerful enough to kill people. But Yi Bai seemed to be able to see through the air. He used subtle movements, step by step, to dodge, and he was able to avoid the wind blade attack every time. And in the blink of an eye, he had passed the distance of more than 10 meters and was once again approaching Yang Yuanshou. It is indeed difficult to kill you, but that should be the end of it. Yang Yuanshou's face was fierce and his eyes were red. When Yi Bai was about to reach him, he took a deep breath and suddenly he rose into the air. Using the control of the wind, he suspended himself in midair, and he seemed to feel invincible. Hiss! 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 Then he didn't waste any time, and once again sent out a series of wind blades in his hand crazily. Now that his talent has been pushed to the limit, he must kill the target as soon as possible, otherwise he may die. Haha, let's stop here. Yi Bai smiled lightly, and then quickly took 2 steps back. Although he could use the small thunder bow to kill air targets, he knew that Yang Yuanshou would obviously not give him this opportunity. So, he stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and his whole body also rose into the sky. Air control technique. This was a technique he acquired while cooking shrimps and eating hot pot. After he absorbed it, this was the first time he used it. But basically everything that comes out has its own experience value, and he can understand it directly. So when he flew up, apart from being a little unaccustomed to the short-term feeling of weightlessness, he was soon able to control the air freely and quickly catch up with Yang Yuanshou. How is it possible? Yang Yuanshou finally had a look of panic on his face for the first time. Seeing Yi Bai coming with murderous intent, he quickly wanted to dodge, but Yi Bai's air control was too fast. It was very difficult to control the wind to float, and he was too late. When he got close to Yang Yuanshou's eyes, the extraordinary alloy knife was already in Yi Bai's hand. It is inconvenient to use the powerful bull demon fist in the air, but this is enough. Hiss! Then, with lightning speed, he slashed off Yang Yuanshou's right shoulder at a 45-degree angle. The extremely sharp blade reached Yang Yuanshou's heart. Flesh and blood rained down from the sky like a heavy rain. What kind of talent have you awakened? Yang Yuanshou's eyes widened in disbelief. As the life gradually left his body, he could no longer control the wind and began to fall in midair. Bang! After a while, it fell to the ground like a sack, making a big hole and causing dust to fly. We have to dig another hole. Yi Bai also slowly fell to the ground. Kill one of the awakened ones. At the same time, a notification sound suddenly sounded in his mind. This time, he heard clearly. And I couldn't help but be happy about it. Kill one of the awakeners and obtain the defensive technique, Tiger roaring golden bell. Hearing this voice, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel happy. I am still satisfied with this harvest. However, it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, so he did not immediately check the golden bell cover of the roaring tiger. He just quickly buried the body of Master Yang and returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Yi Bai sat cross-legged on the bed. He still didn't go to check his harvest immediately. In fact, his heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. This is the first time he has killed anyone. Although he told himself that if I don't kill anyone, others will kill me, but after all, as a person who has received 9 years of compulsory education, he instinctively feels that killing someone is a very serious matter, but he still doesn't show it. There is no psychological fluctuation like that. Of course, it is impossible for him to regretting it. This is just a psychological journey towards a world of great changes. If he is not used to it now, he will need to get used to it sooner or later. Liu family. After calming down for a while, he became furious and began to search for information about the Liu family online. If possible, he wouldn't be able to assassinate the Liu family in turn. His little thunder bow has a very good range. But after checking it, he couldn't help but frown. It turns out that the Liu family is not a serious family. It was relatively close to the dark area before the world changed. Maybe because they have many enemies and are worried about being assassinated, the place where the Liu family is located is actually designated directly in the old city, an area. Within a few miles, only the Liu family existed. He looked at the layout map. The Liu family's villa was a group of mountainside villas. It was easy to defend but difficult to attack. There were no sniper points within a few miles. Don't even think about flying in the sky. After all, people don't come out to bask in the sun every day and wait for you to come. Even if you are not afraid of being discovered, you will be too tired to wait for people. There are also drones and other things that are tricky. In addition, the Liu family also owns a security company with at least hundreds of security personnel. Among them, there are definitely many people who have awakened their talents, and their combat talents are also hard to estimate. Generally speaking, at the beginning of awakening, as long as their talents are not too unnatural, these people will not leave the Liu family so quickly. After all, even among geniuses who graduate from college, few start their own businesses as soon as they come out. You know, when the Lin family was encircling and suppressing the mutated lizards, they deployed firearms. Although the Liu family is not as strong as the Lin family, it is obviously less martial arts than the Lin family. Especially now that the world has changed drastically, the national power must strictly guard the borders and coastlines. Many places have been difficult to take care of, and there may still be various heavy weapons hidden there, impossible to guard against. Apart from anything else, as long as someone hires a few snipers, it's useless even if he can fly. You must know that snipers can also awaken related talents. If he came rashly, he would be facing an army. Although he was strong individually, he was not absolutely sure about group battles. I didn't expect that the Liu family is still a dark and evil force, and I'm afraid they have done a lot of bad things, and they actually built the Liu family like an iron wall. Yi Bai was a little unwilling. He wanted to struggle, but he thought of his parents at home. He quickly called back. Since the Liu family is an evil force, they will definitely do things by any means, and their parents may also be threatened. Soon, he received news from his parents that it seemed that a stranger from the next town had entered their town, and there was some commotion. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. He estimated that this was probably sent by the Liu family. Liu Jinghui, Liu Wanzhong, I just don't want to join the Liu family, but you are going to kill me at all costs. Thinking of this, Yi Bai clenched his fist hard, and his eyes gradually showed murderous intent, and then slowly dissipated. In this case, it could be as short as 3 days or as long as half a month. There will be no more Liu family in Yuncheng. Now, it is better to go home first. He could also squat for 3 to 5 days and wait for the Liu family and his son to come out to see if there was any chance of assassinating him, but instead of wasting time here, it was better to go home and improve his strength. Most importantly, he still can't let go of his family. He knew that the news that he was not dead would soon be spread back to the Liu family. At that time, in order to make him afraid, the other party might send more people to harass him. No matter how fast he is, he can't be fast enough to call people from the town next door to him with just a phone call from the Liu family. Therefore, he still had to go home as soon as possible to make sure everything was okay at home. The Liu family in Yuncheng. Half a day has passed, but there is still no news about Master Yang. At this time, Liu Jinghui had begun to fidget. He sat down for a while and walked around the hall. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Even Liu Wanzhong's face looked quite gloomy. With Master Yang's strength, now that he has decided to take action, he usually won't spend so much time. Unless Yi Bai's strength is too strong, even at Master Yang's level, he needs to plan his moves and find the best time to take action. Dad. Just when he was about to call to confirm, Liu Jinghui picked up his phone and looked at it. When he saw it, he suddenly became stunned. What's wrong? Liu Wanzhong asked in a deep voice. Just now, Yi Bai liked me in the classmate group and sent me a picture emoticon. Liu Jinghui said with slightly trembling hands. Liu Wanzhong took the phone and looked at it, and found that Yi Bai's expression was a little man pointing at the screen, and there was text on it, which said, "You boy, wait for me." Many students below were asking what happened. Yi Bai also replied with a smile again. In this way, it is very obvious. Yi Bai is still alive. And live well. Although he had already guessed, Liu Wanzhong couldn't help but frown. After being silent for a while, he couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and dialed Yang Yuanshou's number. Beep. The number you dialed cannot be connected. Please call again later. There was only a mechanical voice coming from the other side of the phone. Liu Wanzhong put down his phone somewhat numbly. Even though he was always calm, he couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. The combination of these situations is the most likely. Master Yang is dead. He went to assassinate Yi Bai, but was killed by Yi Bai instead. You must know that Master Yang is already the top person among the awakened ones in Yuncheng. Even he was killed by Yi Bai. The whole Yuncheng is afraid that Yi Bai has become the real #1 person in Yuncheng. No one can compete with it anymore. Dad, what's wrong with Master Yang? Seeing his father's appearance, Liu Jinghui felt something was wrong and asked quickly. I'm afraid he's dead. Liu Wanzhong took a deep breath to calm himself down and said slowly. Master Yang is dead. Liu Jinghui opened his mouth, a kind of fear rising in his heart. Yi Bai directly shouted to himself in the group to wait. Is he going to kill himself next? By this time, he no longer had the pride of being a Class B awakener, and he really felt scared from the bottom of his heart. That's Master Yang. Before the world changed drastically, he was already the #1 underground person in Cloud City, and he had awakened a great talent. Such people were all killed by Yi Bai. What does it mean to be a level B awakener? Dad, will Yi Bai kill our Liu family? He will definitely think that I asked people to kill him. Dad, you must protect me. At this time, he couldn't help but pull on his father's sleeves in panic. I was almost scared to tears. Liu Wanzhong glanced at his son and felt disappointed. It would be great if this Yi Bai was his son. If you continue to notify us, let all the security personnel of our Liu family retreat to the area where the Liu family lives, set up checkpoints, arrange for personnel and drones to patrol day and night, and have hired snipers be in place immediately, and no strange faces will be allowed to enter our area. The scope of the tribe. Improve the treatment for recruiting awakened people, and do whatever it takes to recruit high-level awakened people as much as possible. It's a pity that there are no ifs. Since he is the son he gave birth to, he still has to keep it no matter what. He immediately started to give instructions. He was also worried. This Yi Bai's strength was too strong, and he didn't know if it would expand to the point where he could directly kill the Liu family. After all, there seems to be quite a lot of news about awakened people committing crimes after gaining innate abilities. Although the other party who dared to do so now might suffer serious consequences, he did not dare to bet. Once the bet failed, not only would something happen to his son, but the entire Liu family would at least be seriously injured. He must prepare more. In the afternoon, the sun sets in the west. Yi Bai was already on his way home. The parents at home seemed to have awakened their talents, and they picked up a cow that looked like a mutated creature somewhere. Even if there was no such thing as the Liu family, he was planning to go home to see if he could teach his parents breathing techniques. Even if it wasn't for fighting, he could at least strengthen his body and improve his physical fitness. Now because he was worried about the Lu family's actions behind him, he needed to get back home before the other party made any moves. This time when he went home, Yi Bai didn't drive. Because in fact, his current running speed is much faster than driving. Moreover, he has also mastered the flying technique and can fly over high mountains. The distance is shorter, so it is just a good practice. Whoosh whoosh. On the way home, Yi Bai's figure was as fast as lightning, and the ordinary naked eye could not even see clearly. Sometimes he would fly in the air, and when he was tired, he would land on the mountain, feeling the mountain breeze, so cool. When he was about to return, he received a call from Lin Qingwan. When Yi Bai saw that it was Lin Qingwan's call, he couldn't help but feel a little warm. This girl still cares about herself after all. Are you okay? Sure enough, Lin Qingwan asked nervously as soon as she answered the phone. After she saw the news in the group, she called immediately. It's okay, don't worry, I haven't even found a wife yet, so I'm not willing to die. Yi Bai said with a smile. Lu Jinghui asked someone to assassinate you. Lin Qingwan saw Yi Bai in the group and guessed what Lu Jinghui must have done later. Well, Lu Jinghui may not be the only one who has to deal with me this time. Yi Bai said calmly, because in addition to the few people we met in the banquet hall today, there was also a master behind us. That person said that the Lu family had a reward of 100 million was offered to me, and Lu Wanzhong's name was also mentioned. 200 million. Lin Qingyuan's expression darkened slightly. This level of reward was indeed not something Lu Jinghui could decide. It was indeed Lu Wanzhong's determination. However, there are only a few killers worth 200 million in the entire Yuncheng. Who is that master? She asked again. I don't know him. He looks like an opera singer. He wears half of a Sichuan opera mask on his face. It seems that he has awakened wind-related talents. Yi Bai thought for a while and replied. Master Yang. Lin Qingwan was shocked when she heard this. Obviously, she has also heard of Master Yang's name. This person can be said to be a thunderbolt among the underground forces in Yuncheng. As the largest family in Yuncheng, the Lin family must have relevant information. It can even be said that Master Yang is considered second in Yuncheng, and few people dare to be considered first. However, under the assassination of Master Yang, Yi Bai was okay. Hen, Yi Bai just said with a Cantonese accent casually. Anyway, the person has been killed by him now. So how is he now? Are you really okay? Lin Qingyuan asked in disbelief. This kind of assassination must be the death of you or me. Since I am fine, of course it is him who dies. Yi Bai smiled slightly and said it lightly. Master Yang is dead. Lin Qingwan's heart was filled with turmoil. Such a legendary figure was actually killed by Yi Bai. In this way, Yi Bai's strength displayed by killing the mutated lobster was not all. She felt that she could no longer see Yi Bai clearly. Well, if he doesn't have the talent to bring the dead back to life, then he should be cold now. Yi Bai said playfully. What? Is he very strong? I think it's just like that. Some people say that he is the number one person in Yuncheng. Lin Qingyuan was silent for a while and said slowly. In other words, I am now the number one person in Yuncheng. I'm ashamed, I don't dare to take it, I don't dare to take it. When Yi Bai heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. This title is quite popular. As long as you're fine, the Lu family may make other moves next, so be careful. Lin Qingwan was also used to Yi Bai's character, so she just reminded. Although you are the strongest now, it does not mean that you will still be the strongest in the future. You already know that by using awakening crystal cores, you can improve your natural abilities. For some big family forces, they can concentrate their efforts on hunting mutant creatures to obtain them. A large number of sources of evolution, and then push up the strength of individual awakened people. In addition, I heard that some ancient martial arts classics will be leaked from the Martial Arts Association, and some people have figured out some cultivation methods that can also improve the strength of the awakened ones. Don't worry, I won't be compared so easily. Yi Bai said confidently. Because his talent is unique, with his super high explosion rate, high-end weapons and techniques will continue to flow in the future, and he can still maintain his advantage. However, the evolutionary pathways and ancient martial arts methods mentioned by Lin Qingyuan later are a great piece of information. This great change in the world has caused a revival of spiritual energy. This change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is likely to cause some changes in the ancient martial arts books that were completely useless before. Yi Bai did not dare to underestimate the people of the world. Just like the discoveries of some scientists promoted the scientific and technological revolution, in this era of spiritual energy recovery, someone's discoveries may also promote the recovery of ancient martial arts. After hanging up Lin Qingwan's call, Mo Yuan also called. Mo Yuan expressed condolences to him while expressing indignation, and kept saying that he would destroy the Lu family to avenge him. Of course, Yi Bai expressed his understanding. As for Mo Yuan's weird talent, I feel like even if he continues to develop, he won't be able to accomplish much. But this loyalty is still worthy of recognition. Yi Bai also considered that he could teach Mo Yuan the breathing method later when he had time. After all, Mo Yuan's character has been tested and is still trustworthy. Although it is unreliable to rely on this guy to fight against the Lu family, it is always good to have more help. Without joining the Lin family, he could only accumulate power on his own. After listening to the 2 phone calls, Yi Bai also finished his rest. At that moment, he jumped up from the top of the mountain, used the air control technique and rushed toward home again. In about half an hour, Yi Bai returned to his hometown, Luopan Town, a small town far away from the city. Luopan Town has a small permanent population, only about 10,000 people. Yi Bai's father, Yi Demin, is a blacksmith in Luopan Town. He usually earns a living by making farm tools. His income is not much, but he can barely support his education. My mother is an ordinary rural woman who usually does some handicrafts and farm work. Here, surrounded by mountains and rivers, the environment is quite good. When Yi Bai came back here, he felt a lot more relaxed. When he comes back this time, he also wants to see if his parents can practice breathing techniques when he has time. If safety can be ensured, this place is actually much more suitable for living than Yuncheng. Stop, what are you doing? But just when he was about to walk into Luopan Town, he was stopped by someone. I'm from Luopan Town. I'm going home today. Yi Bai looked up and saw a strong-looking man stopping him. He looked like he often did heavy work, and maybe he had awakened talent. What's your name? Where do you live? Seeing that he was one of his own, the strong man asked with a calmer attitude. Yi Bai, my dad is Yi Demin, a blacksmith in this town. Yi Bai said truthfully. Oh, it turns out to be Xiao Zizi. I haven't seen him for a few years and I almost didn't recognize him. Then go back quickly. Someone seems to be troublesome for your dad today. The strong man waved his hand and said. Someone is causing trouble for my dad. What is it? Hearing this, Yi Bai's face darkened slightly. This must be what his parents said before, that someone from the next town came to harass him. They are outsiders. They seem to be from the town next to ours. They just don't know how they got in. But don't worry, your dad will be fine. The strong man said with relief. Well, thank you. What do you call me, uncle? Yi Bai nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, just call me Uncle Shang. The strong man smiled. Uncle Shang, I'm going back first. If you have a chance, come to my house for tea. Yi Bai confessed and hurried towards his home. It seems that he still underestimated the energy of these big families, and they were able to reach the next town. Fortunately, my parents are fine. After turning 2 turns, we returned to the door of our house. Whoosh! Yi Bai had just entered the yard, intending to call his parents. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming towards him, and a shadow approached him directly, hitting him quickly. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and used subtle body skills to avoid the blow. When he stood still and took a closer look, the person who had just attacked him turned out to be a scalper. Yi Bai never expected that there would be such a welcome ceremony when he returned home. A yellow cow, its skin is not pure yellow, it looks a little blue. One cow is standing half standing with strong hooves, one cow's hoof is raised high, and the other 2 cows' hooves are making a posture like a mantis fist. It looks very funny, but it also has an indescribable charm. It seems that that is not a scalper, but a martial arts master. Yi Bai could clearly feel that this kung fu scalper was extremely fast. If he hadn't reacted in time, the hoof of the cow would have kicked him on the head, and the consequences would have been disastrous. Is this the ox that my mother picked up? Yi Bai then remembered that when he was on the phone with his mother 2 days ago, the other party mentioned that he had picked up a ox that looked like a mutated creature. I originally said that if he brought his girlfriend back, I would kill him to eat. Now it seems that it is a bit difficult to chew. Moo, seeing that the blow did not hit Yi Bai, the yellow cow seemed a little surprised. Then it barked and quickly moved again. With a step of its foot, the whole cow jumped up high, and then with a kind of whirlwind kick, or rotating ox hoof method once again attacked Yi Bai at a very fast speed. Good guy, this is a spirit. Seeing this, Yi Bai was really shocked. Although he had killed 2 mutated creatures, it was obvious that the ox in front of him was much more advanced than the other 2. He actually knows Kung Fu. This is so amazing. It seems that those talking apes and mermaids reported in the news are not fake. Some mutant creatures may have evolved higher intelligence, and may even be the same as humans. Facing the menace of this scalper, Yi Bai did not dare to be careless. He quickly used subtle body skills to avoid the whirlwind cow's hooves, but soon saw that the cow was so awesome that he could turn around in midair, missed once, and turned his chubby body again to continue the pursuit. In that case, let's see if my strong bull demon fist is more powerful or your strong bull demon hooves. Seeing this, Yi Bai smiled slightly and didn't avoid it at the moment. He closed his fist slightly, and the thunder cells in his body were instantly activated. Bang! The powerful bull demon fist punched the scalper flying in midair. The scalper was unable to dodge and was directly hit by the punch. Then he flew backwards in an extremely funny posture, then hit the wall in a large shape and slowly slid down. Yi Bai reserved his strength for this punch, but he could also feel the strong defensive power of the cow's hide. Under his punch, nothing seemed to happen, and there seemed to be no traces on the cowhide. This defense can be said to be quite powerful. No wonder, the people sent by the Liu family couldn't get any benefits. With this ox guarding his home, he felt much more at ease. Moo! The yellow bull looked unconvinced, and barked again. This time, with all 4 hooves on the ground and its head horns forward, it looked like it was about to be collided with by a wild bull. Okay, this is my house. If you keep making trouble, my mother might really kill you and eat you tonight. Seeing this, Yi Bai looked at the big scalper with interest and said with a smile. Moo! But the scalper was unyielding and was about to hit him. Dad, Mom! Yi Bai shouted loudly. If the beating continued like this, he was afraid that his home would be demolished. His father Yi Demin and his mother Liang Qianru came out of the house immediately when they heard the sound. Yi Demin was holding a hammer in his hand, and Liang Qianru was holding a green onion in her hand. What are you doing? This is my son, get out of my way. Seeing that the scalper was about to hit her son, Liang Qianru quickly walked over to the big scalper, picked up the green onions and hit the bull on the head. The scalper was also beaten by Liang Qianru and lost his temper. He dodged and backed away, and did not dare to say a word. He just glanced at Yi Bai from afar with resentment. Mom, you are really tough. This big ox is not a simple one. You actually trained it to be so obedient. Yi Bai couldn't help but feel happy when he saw it. He had experienced the strength of this scalper just now. It could be said that an awakener of Luo Diang's level would not be able to stop even one of his hoofs. He might even be on par with Master Yang. Now he is so afraid of his mother. Could it be that his mother has awakened some kind of talent for taming animals? There's nothing wrong with it. It eats and is lazy all day long. Even if it's asked to help plow some paddy fields, it won't go. It'll ruin everything in the kitchen. Liang Qianru cursed. It's indeed a bit difficult to let it plow the fields. Yi Bai couldn't help but smile. This was a mutated ox, and it was no longer in the category of ordinary cattle. What's more, those who plow paddy fields usually use water buffalo. Oxen don't like water, so they plow dry land. Why didn't you say anything when you came back? Ask your mother to cook more. His father Yi Demin asked. I have something to do and I'm too late. Yi Bai smiled nonchalantly and said, Mom can just make whatever you want. I like to eat them all. The salted fish and cabbage are also delicious. You still have the same virtue and smooth tongue. Just come back and you can wash your hands and eat. Liang Qianru couldn't do anything about her son, so she just took the green onions into the kitchen. Okay, Mom, just do whatever you want, no need to kill the cow. Yi Bai glanced at the resentful big ox and shouted with a deliberate smile. Moo! The scalper was quite intelligent and seemed to understand Yi Bai's words, and immediately barked at Yi Bai dissatisfiedly. Be good, or I will ask my mother to kill you and make me a beef brisket hot pot. Yi Bai walked over and touched the cow's head with a smile. The scalper turned his head a little arrogantly, but he was a little afraid of Yi Bai's threat, so he was petted obediently. It can be seen that the intelligence of this mutant ox is obviously much higher than that of ordinary mutant creatures. It should have the intelligence of a child. As for the combat power, it is far beyond the average human awakened person. Yi Bai couldn't help but lament that this time the world has changed drastically and global evolution has taken place. The future direction is indeed somewhat difficult to predict. Maybe in the future some mutated creatures will transform into human form and become legendary monsters, which is not impossible. After a friendly communication with the scalper, Yi Bai went back to the hall, changed out of his shoes, socks and clothes, sat down at the table and waited for his meal. Yi Demin put down what he was doing and returned to the dining table. When Lin Qingwan prepared the dishes, the family of three began to eat happily. Little did he know that the scalper was very cheeky and actually came in smelling the aroma of rice and wanted to have a piece of it. My son is back tonight. It's not your responsibility. You go out and squat, and I will make you a bowl of noodles later. But Lin Qingwan slapped the cow on the head rudely again, and the cow howled, but in the end she had no choice but to he walked out obediently, not daring to compete with Yi Bai for food. Thank you, Mom. It's been a long time since I've had the food cooked by Mom. Tisk, tut, it made me miss it so much that I feel like eating it in a 5-star hotel is tasteless. Yi Bai also had a rainbow fart, which made his mother happy. Have fun. Your father and I are very honest with you. I don't even know who you were with. Lin Qingwan said angrily while picking up food for her son. Haha, what I said is true. I'll let you do this. Be honest, Yi Bai said with a smile. The family was talking and laughing, warm and loving, which made him very satisfied. This also made him gradually feel relaxed after experiencing several battles and 2 assassinations today. No wonder they say home is a haven of tranquility. Sometimes it does make people temporarily forget a lot of worries. Wait until you are almost done eating. Dad, when I came back today, I heard that someone was looking for trouble. What's going on? Yi Bai started to ask casually. He didn't want his parents to worry about this, so he acted more casually. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.